Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Sridhar. Nice to see you. Hare Krishna. So nice to see you. I welcome all of the devotees who are assembled here today. Thank you so much for coming from places as far as Sacramento. And and I welcome all of you for the class today. And I also welcome those who are online. Thank you so much for joining. So before we start, let's offer our Mangalacharan prayers, and then we can start. For those who want to follow, they are on page 1 of Bhagavad Gita. That will be page 1 of the introduction, yes. Sridhar, you have to go back. Introduction. Yeah, page 1 of the introduction. Thank you. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guroh Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpa Tarubhayascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Matsamo Nasti Papatma Naparadi Chakasyana Parihare Pilajjame Kim Bhruve Purushottama Bhumau Skalitapatana Bhumireva Valambanam Tvai Jata Paradhanam Tvameva Sharanam Prabho Govinda Vallabhe Radhe Prarthaye Tvamaham Sada Tvadiyam Iti Janatu Govindo Mam Tvaya Saha Radha Radhita Radhesha Radhika Prana Vallabha Radha Ramana Vande Tvam Radhika Prema Nirjita Anandalila Maya Vigrahaya Hima Badivya Chavi Sundaraya Tasmai Mahaprema Rasapradaya Shri Chaitanya Chandraya Namo Namaste. Hare Krishna. So last week, or the last time we met 3 weeks ago, time flies, huh? We discussed the first half of the second chapter. And did you have any questions before we go on to the third chapter today? Or should we just do a quick overview of the second half of the second chapter, and then we can go to the third chapter? All right. So, as we discussed in the first half of in the second chapter, Krishna says to Arjuna about the nature of the spirit soul and how the spirit soul is unchangeable, not subject to destruction. And after explaining that in 30 verses, then Krishna says to Arjuna about his duty. He says, "Oh Arjuna, you are thinking that you are going to leave this battlefield out of kindness, but the generals who have actually come here to fight with you, they will think that you are just running out of coward." And he says, either you be killed on the battlefield and attain heavenly planets, or you win the battle and rule over the earth. And then after that, at 39th verse, Krishna says to Arjuna, "Thus far I have explained to you the knowledge through Sankhya Yoga." Sankhya Yoga means an analysis. Sankhya literally means to count. Samyak khyayati is Sankhya, which means counting. So, in the second half of the second chapter, the Lord talks to Arjuna about how to perform one's duty without being attached. So, Nishkam Karma Yoga. So, he dwells at length about 56, up till 56th verse. The Lord says to Arjuna about Nishkam Karma Yoga. And in the 56th verse, I believe that Arjuna asks Krishna that you said that person who is very of steady intelligence, what are his characteristics? How does he walk? How does he eat? And what is his language? So on and so forth. And then for the last part of the second chapter, Krishna explains the qualities of the person who's self-controlled, self-restrained, or who's fixed in intelligence. And he gives about the primary quality that runs through that particular half of the second chapter is about how one, when controls one's senses, then one becomes fixed. And he gives a trick also. In the one of the verses, he says, a famous verse, Vishya vinivartante nirahara shatehina rasavarjam rasopyasya param drishtva nivartate. Which means he talks a lot about self-control, but then he says, one's self-control becomes very easy when one experiences the higher taste. And that is the key of Bhakti Yoga, is not so much that you suppress your senses, keep on suppressing the senses like the other schools do. Of course, we do follow rules and regulations, and we have to exert our sense control in that direction. But it's not so much as about self-control, as much as getting taste about hearing of Krishna and from Krishna. Because when we hear about Krishna, then the lower tastes actually, they become stale. You don't really feel, you don't have to separately endeavor your senses to control it. But till that taste comes about, there is a conflict. The senses want to pull you in one direction, and you want to pull them into another direction, and that conflict is but natural. And given the fact that we discussed about how the jiva soul is very, very tiny compared to the powerful material nature, there is an high chance, and more often than not, the jiva tends to fall down. The fall down is not the problem. Fall down might happen because we are struggling against Maya. But the point is, what is our attitude after we fall down? If the problem is, if we think, because I can say for myself, I am fallen, I have fallen down many times, but the point is, do I have faith in Krishna to say that, yes, this is the path and I am going to push through no matter what, or say, it's not fit for me, I am no good, or this path is no good. Sometimes people, depending on the size of your ego, you may either reject yourself or the path. This path is too horrible, too hopeless. This is not for me. I'm in some different fit. So, or I can never be good. This is hopeless case. Might as well do my own thing. Baba, you were doing your own thing and you got kicked in, you came here the first. At least give it a try. Because Krishna is there to help you. And as we read further in Bhagavad Gita, we realize how Krishna really helps. Um, the other highlighted point I wanted to bring about the second chapter is in Bhagavad Gita, second chapter, 61st verse is the place where Krishna first talks about himself. First chapter has 46 verses, second chapter has 72. Krishna, after 100 verses of Bhagavad Gita, at last Krishna talks a little bit about himself. We'll see that particular verse and then we probably wind up the chapter there. 261. Page 134, thank you. 135, okay. I see the verse and the text in 134, but this is my book, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, Tani Sarvani. For those who are having a different edition online, we are on 261. Kindly repeat after me. Tani Sarvani Samyamya Yukta Asita Matparaha Vashehi Asyendriyani Tasya Prajna Pratishtita. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me is known as a man of steady intelligence. After giving many characteristics of a person who is fixed in intelligence, Krishna gives a highlight. He says, this one who fixes his intelligence upon me. So he starts, at the outset, please understand all forms of yoga system actually have Krishna involved, one way or other. To what extent you involve Krishna is depending on the yoga system. Please understand, as we read Bhagavad Gita, we systematically go through this yoga ladder. The yoga ladder starts initially from an animalistic conception of life, meaning that one really doesn't follow any rules and regulations. I'll do whatever I feel like. I'll eat whatever I feel like. I'll sleep whenever I feel like, with whomever I feel like. So there are this animalistic mentality is just the bottom line. There is no hope in that particular section. Above that is a person who gets attracted to Vedas or some sort of rules and regulations. Now, from quote-unquote Hindu perspective, it could be Vedas. From quote-unquote Muslim perspective, it could be Quran or Christianity. The point is, there is some concept of God or controller that I am subordinate to. At least that's the starting point. So, but that sort of religion mainly deals with, all right, you want to enjoy, you do this, you'll enjoy. You do this sacrifice, you will get this. You will do this, you will get that. So that sort of religion is just on a fruitive platform. I do follow religion, but to get something. Otherwise, probably not. That is the reason Srila Prabhupada writes, nowadays in the modern world, because everything is available, you don't want to go to temple or a church. Everything is available in my job. Why do I really need to go to temple? To what? But even in our great state of California, when there has been drought for 4 years, people seriously start praying. Because all your technological advancement can't bring rain. And that is extensively discussed as we do the third chapter. But if you can just hold your thought till that point. So these are the highlights from the second part of the second chapter. If they have questions, just take for 5 more minutes before we go to the third chapter. Or you can hold all the questions till the end. Okay, go ahead, Sridhar, yeah.
When you mentioned...
You have to use the mic because people are there online.
Prabhuji, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
When Srila Prabhupada mentions Karma Kanda stage, which is actually fruitive activities, he means everything, like you said, Vedas, whatever, Quran, whoever follows, everything, he refers to all of them, correct?
More or less. Srila Prabhupada, when he came to West to preach Krishna consciousness, he never said to people, you are a Christian, just become Krishna conscious, or you are a Muslim. He said, If you are a Muslim, be a good Muslim. If you are a Christian, be a good Christian. The point is, Srila Prabhupada never artificially imposed Krishna consciousness on anybody. Because this Krishna consciousness is Bhakti Yoga, and as we see the yoga ladder, it is the topmost of the yoga. And to come to that stage, it's not easy overnight. It's just not, okay, I'll take to Bhakti Yoga. It's not like that. But by mercy of Mahaprabhu, we have access. We don't have to do the preliminary process of yoga system to come to Bhakti Yoga. So that's the mercy of Mahaprabhu. So, but most of the religions on the next step above animalistic life is karma kanda. As we read Bhagavad Gita, I'll build up the yoga ladder. So we'll see what after karma kanda, what is next. Next after karma kanda is nishkam karma yoga. Nishkam karma yoga is I do my work, but I'm not attached to my fruits. It's strictly not even offering your fruits to Krishna. It's not even at that stage. I do my work without being attached. Or at least I'm not conscious of the results. Constantly, I'm doing it. When will I get promotion? The mind is always doing like that. When will I get? When will I get? What will I get? So because that mental calculation goes on, Krishna says stop that mental calculation. Just do your work without expecting the results. That is Nishkam Karma Yoga. In Karma Yoga, there are two types. One is called Sakam Karma Yoga and Nishkam Karma Yoga. Sakam Karma Yoga is you please God to get some material benefits. I'll tell an example. We all know the story of Vamandev and Bali Maharaj, right? So in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Bali Maharaj is praying to the Supreme Lord that, look at Indra, he is so poor and having such poor fund of knowledge. Now you might be thinking from a material perspective, what is this guy talking about? Bali Maharaj came, Vamandev came, he said, I want 3 steps. He took away everything from Bali Maharaj. And Bali Maharaj is living in some Sutala planet, way down. He lost all his wealth and kingdom. And Indra got back his position because of the Lord. And now Bali is saying, Indra is a loser. Bali is a loser. He lost everything. What is this guy talking about? The point was, Bali Maharaj says that because I had some pious sukruti or intelligence, I was in a position to surrender everything to God. Whereas when Vamandev went to Indra said, oh Lord, please get me back my kingdom. I may have lost everything to the Lord, but I am the winner. And Indra, though he may have gained all his opulences, he is still the loser. So the reason I bring up this story is demigods are usually in the Sakam mode. They worship God to keep either their prestige, to keep their planets, to keep all their opulences. So they are always in that mode. But whereas Nishkam means Bali Maharaj had no idea of what would happen when he surrendered everything to Krishna. But the same Lord was outside his doorstep, guarding him when he was in Sutala planet. He said, I'm Bali Maharaj surrendered to me, I surrender to Bali Maharaj. That's the nature of God. So the point is that the next step of the ladder is from Karma Kanda to Karma Yoga. Yoga, as the word yoga comes in, which means there is a connection to God. Yoga, just the Sanskrit root of the word yoga means to connect. Definitely not the yoga clubs where they charge you arm and leg to exercise your arm and leg. And maybe exercise, roast you in a hot studio with like a lot of yoga and it is helping you. But know the purpose of yoga. That's not all in all. So if that's helping you, and if it's helping you do your service, please do that kind of yoga also. But just to let you know. So we'll quickly go to the third. Or more questions, comments, concerns? Okay, we'll go to the 3rd chapter. So we'll keep the same pattern, and in the interest of time, I just request that the mics be quickly passed so that we don't have to wait for the mics to go through, and you can start Vallabhji, you can start and go all the way like that. You can go in a snake-like fashion. So we can either have the mic so that we can quickly go. Atha Tritiyo Kindly repeat after me. Arjuna Uvacha Jayasi Chet Karmanaste Mata Buddhir Janardhana Tat Kim Karmani Ghore Mam Niyojayasi Keshava.
Jayasi chet karmanaste.
No, just read the translation.
Okay, sorry.
And then give it.
Arjuna said, O Janardana, O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work?
So Arjuna is confused. Why is Arjuna confused? Yeah, go ahead. Krishna is asking?
Asking to perform the action. I mean, he wants him to fight.
But then Arjuna says, he say intelligence. He also said intelligence is better.
He just said that, Krishna just said that being free of false ego and being disattached is the person who's free of, who will achieve liberation. But then he says you go fight. So he's a little confused on to, what is it that why is it prompting me to work? Although he's saying the opposite to me.
Okay, nice. Kuladvipro.
Because Triguna Vishaveda is Triguna Bhavarjuna. So he wants him to, get rid of the moods of nature. So he's thinking like this may be because of moods of nature, I will be entangled in this warfare or something.
I see. Okay, good point. So, as it is said, okay, yeah, go ahead.
So I was also just adding that Krishna never says like give up your duties and like surrender. He always says that even while you are doing your duties, you should always like you should be doing devotional service. But he never says like you should stop doing like. He's a Kshatriya, so he shouldn't stop fighting. That's just one.
Thank you. So in the previous chapter, Krishna does use statements like when your intelligence has passed through this dense forest of delusion, then you will be situated in intelligence. And then use your intelligence, Buddhi Yoga. He says, till now I have explained Sankhya, now I will tell you in the form of Buddhi Yoga. And then he also says, be situated in yoga, equanimity. So many words he uses. So Arjuna thinks being in yoga, equanimity means peaceful. Equanimity. No work. Arjuna's thinking was like that. And he says, I don't get Krishna. On one hand, he is saying you have to fight. He said, Arjuna, fight. Otherwise, you will lose your reputation. Fight. Otherwise, people will think you are just a coward. And Arjuna is pushing him to fight. The other time, he is saying, be situated in intelligence. Be equanimous. Be situated in yoga. And yoga means intelligence. Intelligence means knowledge, not action. So Arjuna is confused. He says, why is Krishna? So he asks Krishna, why are you saying, oh Krishna, that if intelligence is better than this warfare, why are you pushing me to fight war? So that is his question. Text 2. Vyamishrineva vakyena buddhim mohayasiva me tadekam vada nischitya yena shreyoham apnuyam.
My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me.
Thank you. Text 3. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Lokesmin Dvividha Nishta Pura Prokta Maya Nagha Jnana Yogena Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yoginam.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical, philosophical speculation, and the others by devotional service.
Thank you. So here the Lord says that I have explained to you the two processes, which means in the second chapter, Krishna talks about Sankhya Yoga up till the 30th verse, and then he talks about the Nishkam Karma Yoga or the Karma Yoga from then on. Or he gives a yoga process. The Lord says, I gave you Sankhya, which includes Jnana, and Karma, and which includes Yoga. So there are two different paths I have suggested. And then the Lord says, of these two, which is better? Or, in summary, the choice is to abstain from action and cultivate knowledge. Kind of, yeah. To abstain from action, essentially, and either cultivate knowledge or just, meditate. Or do your action. Which one is better for me? So, jump into the warfare. In Arjuna's case, it's jumping into the warfare. Because these type of questions often come, to work or not to work, to retire or to not to retire. So many things come up, to stay here or stay there. Okay. Text 4. Na karmanam anarambhan naishkarmyam purushoshnute na cha sannyasana siddhim samadhigacchati.
Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection.
So here, one of the questions that comes is that Krishna says that if you do any work in this world, then you are bound by reactions of the work. So the simple answer to that is, don't do work. Easy. Don't do work, no reactions. So you don't earn money, you don't have to pay taxes. Right? That's about it. But here Krishna says that simply by abstaining from work, you can never get that result. So Naishkarmya means the result of working in a Nishkam fashion, without having any desire for fruitive activity. Naishkarmyam, or the result of Naishkarmyam, Krishna says, of course we should have gone through in the second chapter, at the last verse, he says that those who are perfect in following the Nishkam Karma Yoga process, they enter the kingdom of God. It is said in the last verse of the second chapter, 72nd verse, it is said, what is that? Esham brahmi sthiti partha nainam prapya vimuhyati stitva syamanta kalepi brahma nirvanam ruchyati. He says that those who are situated in this steady intelligence and who perform Nishkam Karma Yoga, or who have achieved perfection, whose intelligence is steady, they attain kingdom of God. Now, Krishna says, if you are in doubt whether to work or not to work, that means to say you are not yet there. So that's why Krishna is saying here, just by not doing work, you won't achieve that result, which is performed by Nishkam Karma Yoga. And people who prematurely give up and go, they are still forced, which Krishna talks about later, still forced to do something to maintain their body. And Krishna also says, just by renouncing the world, okay, no work. Okay, what about this world? I'll renounce the world too. And then what? The point is, Krishna says, even if you do that, you still won't get perfection. And why won't you get perfection? Krishna further describes that. Because this Karma Yoga process, we should understand, like the very act we do, people don't even realize, why am I acting? Why am I acting? For what am I acting? If we philosophically tell people, yeah, why are you acting? You can use logic. Why are you acting? You have to die anyway. It's today, tomorrow. Do you really want to work day in, day out and anyway die? Kill yourself today, you're done. Simple logic. But the point here is that's a very, very perverted way or very negative way of looking at stuff. Because of the simple fact that even if you kill yourself, you'll take another body, face the same problem. That's not the solution to your problems, one thing. And second thing is, by abstaining work, because you are saying this, because of this body I have to work, I'll give up this body. Doesn't matter, you'll get another body. So the work is something that's going to be forced on you, like it or not. And that's what Krishna tries to explain further. So the idea is just to give up work for its own sake, thinking it's fearful or, I don't want to do it, not agreed by Krishna. And also Krishna says those who don't have to work. So we'll come to that point. Just be tuned. Text 5. Nahi kaschit kshanamapi jatu tishtatya karma krit karyate hyavashak karma sarva prakriti jair gunaihi.
Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment.
Thank you. So here Krishna says, you are a jiva, you have got this body, you are in the material world. One thing is completely guaranteed, you are being pushed by the modes of material nature, like it or not. Sometimes in the modes of passion, sometimes in the mode of ignorance, sometimes in the mode of goodness, but you are being pushed. And they will force you to act. So you don't have that choice within yourself whether I don't want to act or not. If you say I don't want to act, you still are forced to act because you have to breathe, you have to eat, you have to sleep. The basic things you still have to do. You need a shelter. Animals don't need that, but at least humans need all these things. So you are forced. The material nature is such that you are forced to act, to kind of preserve yourself. And let's continue further what Sri Krishna says. Text 6. Karmendriyani samyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyarthan vimoodatma mityachara sa uchyate. Here, anticipating an objection from Arjuna, saying that, okay, I won't act, but I won't act. I mean, I'll physically not act, and I'll live like this. But Krishna says, your mind will still act. Your mind will still chase after sense objects. And then if you say, I'm not going to act, but your mind is always meditating on the sense objects, then Krishna says, you are just deluding yourself. You are not deluding anybody. So it's better, your mind, your senses, when they are in alignment, then it is right. So, and that usually that mind's thoughts, desires are manifested by your external activities. But those who have that control over the senses, but let their mind wander, then Srila Prabhupada writes, that's not just going to work. It's better you act, rather than being a pretender who says, I don't want to act and just, Then one might question when one shouldn't act, or when will it come? You are saying I should act, means tomorrow is Monday, I still have to go to my job? Yeah, probably. But when can I not go to my job? And Krishna will come to that point, and then we'll discuss it. Text 7. Yastvindriyani manasa niyamya Arjuna karmendriyai karmayogam asakta savishishyate.
On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior.
And so Krishna further talks about how one cannot escape one's activity. Text 8. Niyatam kuru karmatvam karmajjayo hyakarmanaha sharira yatra pichate na prasiddhyeda karmanaha.
Perform your prescribed duty, for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work.
So here, Krishna is saying you are forced to work. Anybody having any more doubts? Whether I'm being forced or not? No. Actually, try to understand from our natural perspective. Everybody agrees that Bill Gates has enough money to spend his whole life without working. Yes or yes? Yes. So is the Oracle CEO? Yes. So why are they working? What is impelling them to work? Huh? Because they like it? Probably not. They can just be, if I say to you, Maha, that I'll give you $10 million, just don't study, you're set for life. Whatever, you name the amount, because they have billions. So, would you really want to go to school tomorrow? Would you really want to do all those assignments, those projects? But if you are continuously being failed, or if your children are ridiculing you, or if the school teachers are horrible, you still do it for the love of it or for the sake of... think about it. I don't want an answer. Here. No, I don't want you to force an answer, but think about it, that people are forced to work, and sometimes good, sometimes bad. Maybe at a school age it may not be, it may be a little different because you're taken care of. But when you are an adult, your thinking or perspective will change a little bit, I'm sure. And adults will agree that I would rather do anything else, not go to work. Or do something else. I don't have to make decisions, pay bills, and being forced upon with so many things in life. So the point here is, why are these people who are so rich still working? Because you are forced to work. That's your nature. You acquired some nature, born of some modes of nature, you will be forced to work. And the other thing is, in the long run, as we discover, it is not the results of the work, but the work itself will give joy. They like to work. As you said, they like to work. And they want to kind of either like to work, or they have a power. Some motivation is driving them apart from the money. That's the point I'm trying to make. Conditioning and whatever you want. Conditioning is the actually thing. So you are conditioned by the modes of material nature, you work. The work, otherwise they'll be probably bored. And it's good they are working, because they can use their billions to do all sorts of nasty stuff and die a horrible death. So it's good they are working. I don't know. Because they'll be bored out of their minds what to do with all the money, and how much enjoyment can your cars and yachts and mansions and other things can give, only limited. You'll get bored after some time. So the point here is, everybody is forced to work, whether you like it or not. Right from Brahma down to the ant who has to search for his food or her food every day, or serve the queen ant, or whatever be the case. Everybody is forced to work, right from Brahma down to the smallest insignificant insect. But then there is a problem. God is a very terrible, nasty, cruel, wicked person. I'll tell you why. I'll give my argument. On one hand, he is saying you are forced to work. On the other hand, he is saying work will cause bondage. So basically, you are dead if you do. You are dead if you don't do. Therefore, thus my argument that God is not a nice person. Exactly. Either way, I'm kind of, I'm in the receiving end of the matters. God is really, this is something, he'll answer it. Krishna, anticipating that, Krishna will answer in the next verse. Let's read what it is. Text 9. Yajñātāt karmanonyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha tadartam karma kaunteya mukta sangha samachara. Who's next? Okay.
Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage.
Krishna gives the way out here. But then you still will wonder why. What is the meaning of all this? Why am I put in the first place? Why am I being forced to? And then why am I... Because please understand, Krishna says, I am your well-wisher. At no point of time does Krishna force you to come to this world. If the jiva has come to this world, it is his own choice that he chose. Krishna never does that. In fact, Krishna is so merciful that for the unlimited number of time I have been in this material world, he has never left me. Birth after birth, he's been there with me. He comes, he gives instructions in the form of Gita. Please come back to me. Don't waste, don't loiter in this world. Really, as Vaishesha Prabhu says, no loitering. This world is not a nice place to loiter in the first place. And because this is my choice, and it's just like a father who's so attached to his child, and the child says, I want to go cross country to do my college. And the father says, okay, I'll go and come. The child says, you don't even be anywhere near in my life. And then the father says, okay, I'll stay somewhere out where I can keep an eye on you, but I won't be interfere. That is the kindness of Krishna. Birth after birth, I chose to be a pig's body, an insect's body, a worm's body, a bird's body, a tree's body, a demigod's body. Krishna was there. He never left us, ever. There can be nobody more merciful than Krishna. But please understand, Krishna will not interfere with the independence as much as the parent will not independence when the child says, don't even bother to come into my life. Krishna says, okay, it's your choice. You have to suffer. But he comes again and again, he gives instructions. He says, do this, you will come out of it. Otherwise, there was no need for Krishna. He says, okay, loiter in this world as long as you want. My laws will anyway control you. My material nature will anyway control you. But it is out of his extreme compassion, he comes and says, please come back. Please. And he sends his representatives like Srila Prabhupada to do the missionary work. He sends his words in the form of scriptures. So this is our own choice we came here. Otherwise, there is no meaning to the word Krishna is Suhrud or well-wisher. If he was a well-wisher, he would never put. Just try to imagine a simple thing. Government, most of the modern governments, yes, barring few countries, let's not get into there. They don't induce you to do wrong activities, do they? Even though they are corrupt. They still have some semblance, okay, we'll maintain some law and order. But if the citizen does wrong, they put you in the prison. Whose fault was it? To start with. So it's same as Krishna. He says, you do your acts, I'll give you the results. Till you surrender unto me, I am a witness. But I'm not going to interfere with you. Good or bad, it will come. And he gives the perfect justice. He doesn't even, though Yamraj is the person who actually gives justice, it is Krishna who still stays with you as Paramatma. Birth after birth, he doesn't go anywhere. Now, who will be a better friend than that? That you don't want him, but he still comes, says, that is a bond of love. That is Krishna's love. So then after Krishna says the prison rules right now, all the prison rules are mentioned in the next few verses. We'll see what are those. Text 10. Sahayajna praja srishtva purovacha prajapatihi anena prasavishadyam anena prashavishyadvam esho vostishta kamado.
In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, be thou happy by this yajna, sacrifice. Because of its performance will bestow upon you everything describable for the living happily and achieving liberation.
Thank you. And Srila Prabhupada in the purport describes about what yajna is and what yajna for this age of Kali Yuga is. Let's go to text 11. We'll complete the rules and then we'll discuss one by one. Text 11. Devan bhavayatanena te deva bhavayantu vaha parasparam bhavayantaha Shreyah paramavapsyata.
The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you, and thus, by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all.
Text 12. Ishtan bhogan hi vo deva dasyante yajna bhavitaha tairdattanna pradayabhyo yo bhunkte stena eva saha.
In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief.
So here Krishna talks about the process by which we get the necessities of life. In the beginning, the Lord created Brahma. Along with the Lord, he created the material creature, and he set the demigods responsible for different departments. And he said, perform sacrifices, you please the demigods will please you. Because demigods, their main source of livelihood is sacrifice by the people. That's how they get it. The people perform sacrifices to the demigods. The demigods, in turn, take the shares from the sacrifice. They keep a portion to themselves and they give a portion to Lord Vishnu. That is now we might say, really? Oh, I didn't know I was contributing to Lord Vishnu's 401k fund. No. Krishna doesn't need it. It's a rule he set. Because in the conditioned soul, we need so many things for our living in this world. We need water, we need light, we need air, basic minimum stuff. We need grains. So these are minimum things. And Krishna says the demigods provide you, and then you work with the demigods, and then that way the cooperation between men and the demigods, everything will be taken care of. In the modern world, unfortunately, that is lost. There are two objections one might raise. One thing would be, then why are we not worshipping demigods? Why are we focusing exclusively on Krishna? The answer to that question is, by satisfying Krishna, then all the demigods are satisfied. When Krishna is satisfied, then the demigods in turn, they don't demand that, hey, you worship Krishna, what about me? Oh, you worship Krishna? Good. Oh, I'll take care of you, no worries. Obviously, because Krishna is satisfied, all the demigods are satisfied. It's there in the 4th canto, 22nd chapter, I don't remember which one, but it is said that yata taror mula nishechanena. So the verse is that just like you pour the water on the root of the tree, then all the things, all the branches, the trees, the twigs, the flowers, the fruits, everybody gets water. Yes or yes? You don't separately try to endeavor. So serving Krishna is pouring the root, water on the root, and everybody else will be happy, satisfied, because that's the goal. Even all the demigods, when you worship them, and if they want to show you mercy, they direct you towards Krishna. Yeah, right, exactly. So, but if you don't worship, if you worship Krishna with the mentality that, okay, the demigod is okay, I have a deal with you, Krishna, so that mentality is not acceptable. Where you worship Krishna, where you worship the demigod independently of Krishna. Having said that, if somebody has a real strong inclination to worship a demigod, you do it without disturbing your service to Krishna, but with the full knowledge that he's a part and parcel of Krishna. There is because we worship Srila Prabhupada in the Vyas Puja, on the Guru Puja, right? So we offer him all arti and everything. Why do we do that? Because he's part and parcel of Krishna, and he's a very empowered servant of Krishna. By offering worship to him, we are pleasing Krishna. Krishna is so pleased when his devotees are worshipped. If you serve demigods with that attitude, then it's fine to worship demigods. Because it said, Vaishnavanam yata Shambhu, Nimnaganam yatha Ganga, Devanam achyuto yataha, Vaishnavanam yata Shambhu, Purananam idam tata. It is said in the 12th canto of Bhagavatam, just as Nimnaganam yatha Ganga, amongst the rivers, Ganga is the best. And amongst the Devas, Achyuta or Lord Krishna is the best. And Vaishnavanam yatha Shambhu, amongst the Vaishnavas, Shiva is the best or the highest. And same way, amongst the Puranas, the Srimad Bhagavatam is the highest. So if you say, if worshipping Srila Prabhupada is so empowering in our spiritual life, how more empowering or equally empowering is worshipping Lord Shiva, because he is the highest Vaishnava. In fact, everybody should take dust from the lotus feet of Lord Shiva to help us, to say that, please help us progress in our path in spiritual life. So there is no harm in worshipping like that. Does it help a little bit? Hare Krishna. The demigods and a little bit. We can discuss further. Krishna alludes further in the 7th and the 9th chapters about worshipping the demigods. But that is to that. Make sense? Should we take questions? Actually, it's 3 o'clock now. Probably it's a good time to take few questions. And or just hold the thought. We'll complete 16th and then we'll take questions. Text 13. Yajna shishta shanto muchyante sarva kilvishaihi bhunjate te tvagam papam ye pachantyatma karanat.
The devotee of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin.
So here again, one of the first things Krishna says is you have to exist and you have to eat. But when you perform sacrifice and you eat food after your performed sacrifice, then you actually are freed from sinful reactions. But if you just cook for the satisfaction of your own tongue, then you just eat only sin. So that's the reason we offer food as prasadam. Text 14. Annad bhavanti bhutani parjanyadanna sambhavaha yajnad bhavati parjanyo yajnah karma samudbhavaha.
All living bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties.
Thank you. Text 15. Karma brahmodbhavam vidhi brahmakshara samudbhavam tasmat sarvagatam brahma nityam yajne pratishtitam.
Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice.
Thank you, Balaram. Text 16. Evam pravartitam chakram nanuvartayati yaha aghayurindriya ramo mogam partha sajivati.
My dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas certainly leads a life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives in vain.
So here Krishna talks about the cycle. So anybody briefly wants to recap the cycle? What is the cycle Krishna is talking about? Cycle of birth and death, right. But there is a specific cycle Krishna is talking. So the cycle is that the human... Right. So the thing is, so Brahma created the demigods. They are there to provide the facilities. Human beings should perform sacrifice. And from sacrifice come rains. From rains come grains. And from grains, all the human beings subsist. So if you can see, that's the cycle. And then you perform sacrifice, rains come. Again, it goes. The demigods are happy. And then, so in that way, the cycle goes. So Krishna says, and where do the prescribed sacrifices come from? They come from the Vedas. And where do the Vedas come from? Krishna or the Supreme. So that is the cycle here. Ultimately, if you see, the words of Krishna bind the cycle of birth and death. Krishna's words are the best way to subsist in this world. From the mouth of Krishna comes Vedas, and when you perform the Vedic sacrifices, you get grain. The demigods are happy, the demigods give rain, and that cycle goes. So you see, Krishna is saying, I set the rule, and the demigods will follow those rules. So the life in of itself is dependent on Krishna. And Krishna says that those who do not follow this cycle, they certainly live a life of sin. They live only for sense gratification and they live a life of sin. So human life is a life which is distinguished by responsibility for knowing what is a higher purpose, for how do I get what I am getting. Animals don't have to worry about it. Animals don't have to do sacrifices. Animals don't have to read Vedas or do anything. Because the animals, they are very strictly set. Krishna has so narrowly defined the animals and their life. Tigers eat meat. They don't have to worry about paying PGE bills. They don't have to worry about storing the food in the freezer. They don't have to worry about so many things. They get what they get. But they have a very specific, narrow way to eat. So are the birds, so are the bees. But in human life, you have this whole broad range of intelligence, what to eat. But if your tongue comes, says, I don't care about these regulations, I just want to eat what I want to eat, then comes the problem. Then you are responsible for that. Yeah. Balaram, why don't you come in the front? I can't even see you. I couldn't even see you raise the level of bhakti. Please understand. Please don't rush out and try to get the next good pandit and start doing fire sacrifices to appease rain gods. And say, anyway, Krishna says that in Gita, we should stop chanting Hare Krishna. Please. The point here is Krishna is talking, what is the chapter, Balaram? Third chapter. Karma Yoga. We are in the process of Karma Yoga, wherein we are not even on the level of Jnana. At this stage, you know who actually God is. You may know God is Vishnu or some higher being, but you really don't have a specific conception or a relationship with God because you are not in the process of Bhakti Yoga yet. So for those who are on the path of karma, this is the rules which are laid down by Krishna. You do your varnashram duties, then demigods are pleased. So that cycle. The reason I'm repeating this cycle is, who knows, you might get it in the exam. So. All right, because this is important to know where we are. Text 17. So we earlier talked about like who doesn't want to go to work. Yeah, me too. I also raised my hand. Okay, text 17. And then when can we do that? Krishna discusses it. Text 17. Yastvatmaratireva syad. Let's do that again. Yastvatmaratireva syad atmatriptascha manavaha atmanyevacha santushtas tasya karyam na vidyate. Who is next? Oh, okay.
But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty.
Thank you. So now we get who actually cannot, who need not work. One who's self-realized, he need not work. Can somebody get asanas for the... You want to sit up, you can sit, please. Somebody get asanas. Text 18. Naiva tasya kritenartho na krite neha kaschana na chasya sarva bhuteshu kaschid artha vyapashrayah.
A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on other living being.
So here Krishna says those who are exempt from work. For one whose life, who is already self-realized. So what is meant by self-realized? One who realizes that I am a pure spirit soul. I am not this body. I have nothing to do with this body. Because all the work of maintenance and everything is related to the body. For the spirit soul, there is no question of food, no question of sleep, no question of drink, no question of shelter. There is no, all these needs come only because there is a body. No question of fear, no question of what's going to happen. It's a happy state actually, to be self-realized. He would have it. But that is a stage that will come through gradual process. One cannot artificially jump to that stage. Because when you artificially jump to that stage, it's not going to help you get perfection, nor it is going to help you help the society also. Please understand that there's a broader perspective also for the society. Makes sense? So, yeah. Text 19. But please understand that self-realized man still acts. Jadabharat was still acting. He was not sitting, though he was a self-realized person, he was not sitting at one place. Because he realized that I have this body, just he would act to maintain his body. Somebody told him, his brothers, actually, should I give a brief history? Now that we are in this Jadabharat, or we are in the self-realized soul, I'll give a brief history. So, Swayambhuva Manu, he had 5 children. Devhuti, Akruti, Prashuti, Uttanapada and Priyavrat. Priyavrat had a son called Nabhi, Agnidra. Agnidra had a son called Nabhi. Nabhi was a king who worshipped the Supreme Lord to have a son like him. And the Supreme Lord, Nabhi, Panarbhu, Priyavrata, Agnidra, Nabhi. Rishabdev and Rishabdev became the son of Nabhi because Nabhi worshipped the Supreme Lord to have a son like him. And Rishabdev's son was Bharat. Now Bharat was a king and he had unparalleled opulences. He didn't have to worry about elections, about raising funds, managing media, Twitter, Facebook. They were lifetime set for kings. And their opulence was beyond this world. And when Maharaj Bharat came spiritually advanced, he gave up everything. He gave a beautiful wife, beautiful children, unrivaled kingdom, royal opulences, and he went off to forest. He went off to perform austerities in the forest, and he reached a very high level of spiritual advancement. But because he became attached to a deer, he fell down. In fact, so much so that he was thinking of a deer when he quit his body. So in the next life, he became a deer. And after that, he became Jadabharat. Though he was in the life of a deer, he remembered why he was born in the life of a deer by Krishna's grace. And he made sure that he wouldn't again fall into the trap. And in the next life, he became Jadabharat. Now, Jadabharat, he was born in a Brahmin family. He was having, his father had 2 wives. and he was the child of the second wife. So he had brothers and sisters, but Jadabharat, he was very intelligent. He acted as if he was deaf and dumb. He would act as if he was, I don't want to use the word because it could be politically wrong, quote unquote retarded. His father would say, do this, he would do the opposite. His father would say, wash your hands after you go to the bathroom. He would wash his hands first and then go to the bathroom. His fathers would try to teach him Vedic mantras and he would just fumble it. He doesn't, and his father thought this guy is, his little intelligence is a little stunted. And his brothers also thought him to be such. They mistreated him, they abused him. And Jadabharat didn't protest because he was not on the level of body. He didn't take it seriously. His brothers would ask him to do all sorts of million things. They would say, go guard the fields. And he would take a stick and guard the fields. And the food they would give him would be stale, would be sometimes rotten, would be sometimes very little. So because Jadabharat was on the spiritual platform of life, he didn't care. He didn't see if the food was stale or if it was opulent, if it was less, more, he didn't care. He would have it. And he didn't take bath. His Brahman thread was black. But because he was on the spiritual platform, completely satisfied with self, he didn't care. So the lesson we learn is that if we are seriously caring about these things, then we are not yet there. A practical test for all of us. But it is said in Bhagavatam that though he was self-realized soul, he was still working for the basic bodily needs. Wherever somebody would give him some food, he would work, just to maintain his body. That is the story which segues nicely into the next verse. Why? Because though Krishna says there is no need to work for the self-realized souls, why do they still work? All right. Text 19. Tasmadasakta satatam karyam karma samachara ashakto hyacharan karma param apnoti purushaha.
Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the Supreme.
So, Krishna, what is the result of acting without attachment? One attains the Supreme. Text 20. Without attachment is that my trigger for work is not fruits. That's it. Because if you evaluate on a subtle level, our mind is, at least a conditioned soul's mind is constantly thinking, if I do this, what do I get? Or I need to get something, then I need to do something. So your work is driven by the fruits of what you're going to get, or by the fruits. So that sort of mentality, Krishna says, avoid. Because you are not the creator of your fruits. I am the creator of your fruits. If you were the creator of your fruits, then you shouldn't get anything bad. Does anybody get up in the morning, hey, I'm going to have a fatal accident? Does any business start, in 1 year I'll be bankrupt and I'll file bankruptcy? Or in 5 years, my Panchvarshi Yojana or 5-year plan is that I'll get cancer and die of cancer. Nobody thinks like this. But everybody gets it irrespective of what they think. Yes or yes? So Krishna says, I create the fruits for you. Good or bad, they'll come your way. You just keep working. So that mentality of working without expecting the fruits, that Krishna says leads you to the Supreme. But if you think constantly of fruits, you are bound to this world. Because every action, that fruitive mentality is going to cause bondage. Okay, we could read one from the Shloka book, but we'll talk about it later. Where Rishabdev actually, I'll come to you, Bala. So Rishabdev says that in the 5th canto, 5th chapter, he says, Parabhavastava bodhajata. The basic meaning of that verse is, as long as the mind is covered or colored by the fruitive mentality, till that time you have to keep taking bodies, one body after another, one body after another, one body after another, because your mind is covered with that fruitive mentality. I'll enjoy now, I'll enjoy now, I'll enjoy now, I'll enjoy now. It goes on like that. You are suffering constantly, but you will have that great hope. So that mentality is what causes the bondage. Yes, Balaram.
There's a saying which says, do your best and leave the rest, and it means like you do your duty as good as you can, but leave the results to Krishna. Don't think about them.
Thank you, Balaram. I'll try to implement it. Text 20. Karmanaiva hi samsiddhim astita janakadayah लोकसंग्राहम एवापि संपश्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि.
Kings such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work.
So, here Krishna says that even those who have achieved perfection and who are self-satisfied, still they do duty to show the way to others. And kings like Janaka, who already achieved perfection, they still keep doing their duties. So why do they do that? There is a reason why Krishna is taking this train of thought here, and we'll come to that in a minute. Text 21. Yad yad acharati shreshtas tat tad evetaro jana sayat pramanam kurute lokastad anuvartate. Did you read? Okay.
Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he set by exemplary acts, all the world pursues.
Thank you. So here, please understand, on the platform of karma, how do you teach? By doing acts. Right? If you are a great Jnani, then you sit and talk. Your knowledge or your thing is set by your words. But if you are a perfect karma yogi, how do you do? How do you teach? By performing acts on that level. And Krishna says that the whatever yadyad achari shreshtas, this is whatever the common man follows a great leader, and great leaders like Janaka, they would perform their duties perfectly so that the common people could follow. And Krishna actually is bringing himself into picture in next few verses. Let's get to that. Text 22. Name parthasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana nanavaptam avaptavyam varta eva cha karmani.
O son of Pritha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems. Nor am I want of anything, nor have I a need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in prescribed duties.
Thank you. Let's read that beautiful verses, because here, Kumari Mataji, you want to sit on a chair? You want to sit on a chair? Can I get a chair for you? Yeah, please get a chair for her. Thank you. So here, On a basic level, we got the train that who need not work? A self-realized man need not work. And Krishna says, I don't have to work. Is Krishna self-realized or not? Just a simple thought. Let's go from that angle. Is he? Is he not? Of course he is. He is the supreme absolute truth. But the beauty is, Krishna is presenting as a self-realized person, not as absolute truth. And Srila Prabhupada in his purport, he says, when Krishna says, I don't have to work, really what is his position? So let's read that particular 2 verses. They are beautiful verses, and it's a famous verses also, at least the last part. Kindly repeat after that verses after me. Tamishwaranam paramam maheshwaram tam devatanam paramam cha daivatam patim patinam paramam parastad vidama devam bhuvaneshamidyam न तस्य कार्यं करणं च विद्यते न तत्समश्चाभ्यधिकश्च दृश्यते परास्य शक्तिर्विविधैव श्रूयते स्वाभावकी ज्ञानबलाक्रिया च. The Supreme Lord is the controller of all other controllers, and He is the greatest of all diverse planetary leaders. Thank you. Everyone is under His control. All entities are delegated with particular power only by the Supreme Lord. They are not supreme themselves. He is also worshipable by all demigods, and He is the Supreme Director of all directors. Therefore, He is transcendental to all kinds of material leaders and controllers, and is worshipable by all. There is no one greater than Him, and He is the supreme cause of all causes. He does not possess a bodily form like that of an ordinary living entity. There is no difference between His body and His soul. He is absolute. All His senses are transcendental. Any one of His senses can perform the action of any other sense. Therefore, no one is greater than Him or equal to Him. His potencies are multifarious, and thus His deeds are automatically performed as a natural sequence. And that is Krishna. He says, I am a self-realized person. Because later, in the 7th chapter, he tells about himself. He says, okay, I just told a little bit about myself, but let me tell you the full scope of myself. Not full scope, but at least the actual scope of myself. And then in the text 23rd, he says, he just also, Krishna is so humble. Though he says, I am also one of the leaders of the society. Text 23, here. Yadyaham na varteyam. Sorry, let's go ahead. Yadi hyam na varteyam. Jatu karmanya tandritaha. Mama vartmanu vartante manushya partha sarvashaha.
For if I ever fail to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path.
Thank you. Text 24. Utsideyuri me loka na kuryam karma chedaham sankarasya cha kartasya upahanyami ma prajaha.
If I did not perform my prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all living beings.
So here, Krishna says, I am one of the leaders of the society, and I am also carefully performing my duty. The reason being this. When Krishna, if His words are spoken under the spell of material nature, then His words have no meaning. It are conditioned. But Krishna establishes, I am a self-realized soul, so don't even worry about that. And he says, I am one of the leaders because I also need to perform my duty. Because we shouldn't get the impression, oh, God also has to do his duty. He is also like this. He is also like one of us. No, he's not. Because he says, I am doing it though I need nothing from this world. Outside he clarifies, he says that I need nothing from this world. He is the supreme absolute truth. Why does he need anything from this world? Seriously, do you think Obama has to fly all the way from Washington to California prison to get some water? Really? That would be Krishna's position, to say, to come to this world to get something from this world. Because he's created this world, why would he do anything with this world? But he says, if I don't carefully perform my duties, you would be having a problem, not me. So you better follow my words. The other thing would be, Varna Sankara, Arjuna said in the first chapter that if I kill all these people, then the women of the family will be degraded, and from the degradation of the family, there comes unwanted population. Krishna says, if you don't do what I say, there will be unwanted population. So you better do what I say. He says in Varna Sankara, right? In this case, he says, if I don't carefully perform my duties, then I will be the cause of unwanted population of this world. So he says, and this war was ordered by Krishna, and Arjuna was just being an instrument to help Krishna actually curb the unwanted population, which Arjuna was afraid of when he started this fight, thinking there will be unwanted population if I fight. Make sense? Okay. Sakta karmanya vidvamso yatha kurvanti bharata kuryad vidvams tata shaktas chikirshur loka sangraham.
As the ignorant perform the duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path.
Text 26. Na buddhi vedam janayed ajnanam karma sanginam joshayet sarva karmani vidvan yukta samacharan.
So as not to disrupt the mind of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities. For the gradual...
Sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
For the gradual development of Krishna consciousness.
Thank you. So here, Krishna says to Arjuna that if somebody is working, don't stop them from working. Now, if you go and do book distribution or any sort of preaching, aren't you doing opposite to what Krishna says? They are working on their own. Why are you going and disturbing them? Just think about it. We'll come back to that question a little later. But here, Balaram, what chapter we are in? What is the title of the chapter? Karma Yoga. We are in the chapter of Karma Yoga, and Krishna. So I didn't get your question, Balaram.
So, if a devotee is working and it says the self-realized don't have to do their duty, so then he just leaves it. Then he might just lose his job, and then he won't get enough money to maintain his family. So is that what he's supposed to do?
Nope. Nope. So, a self-realized soul means a person who has no external desire to work. He is not looking for anything. He is not looking for any results of his work. Internally, he is self-realized. Externally, he may still act to maintain his family. Because, okay, I am self-realized, let my family go to streets. That's not the compassion. So even though I am self-realized, I'll still work, keep my job so that I can maintain my family. And when appropriate time comes, when the kids grow up and everything is done, probably I'll take full time into temple activities. Not that I brand myself as self-realized and do whatever I want to do. That doesn't work. Because one of the best ways, actually it's a good point, when do I know I am self-realized? Because that's a side question. So when you realize that you have nothing else to do, you're completely on a spiritual platform, you can get it more, when we read the 6th chapter, we get more glimpses into it. But at that stage, you're completely happy within yourself. So there is the material happiness, there is the Brahman happiness, and there is the happiness through devotional service. This is the Brahman happiness. Happiness that I'm completely satisfied within myself. There is nothing of this world that's going to satisfy me. You had a question? Please, Mike.
So my question is about when you start devotional service, like when you come to Sankirtan, you feel transcendental happiness and then you feel completely satisfied. That doesn't mean that you're a self-realized, does it actually?
So when we do Nectar of Devotion, we sometimes realize that when you come in the association of devotees, the reflection of the devotee's heart sometimes transfers to the devotees, and for that moment they actually feel it. So self-realization is it is a state where nobody can kind of give a certificate. You feel it, you know it, and the Lord knows it. Externally, however you try to say, so and so self-realized degree next to it, like so and so MS or PhD, self-realized SR, it doesn't work that way. If you have that, for sure you are not, because you are still trying to show to others that you are self-realized, which means you are not. Please don't even go there. When you are self-realized, you really don't care if people. Rishabh, people would urinate on him. People would throw rocks at him. People would spit at him, but he was not disturbed in the least. So now you know the tests you have to take. Just kidding. But Bhagavatam says that is the level, because they were nothing to do with body. It is no connection with the body. I don't know how sinful those persons were to do that to Lord Rishabdev, but in any case, that's what is there in Bhagavatam. They would throw at him, spit at him, hurl insults at him, pass urine on him. He was not disturbed. Yes. And don't try it at home. Yeah.
So this was what Balaram was saying. Like Krishna he actually says against you shouldn't quit your job, or you shouldn't quit your job or not do anything. But he means example, if you go to work, you shouldn't be looking for oh, I want a promotion, when am I going to get a promotion or something. You should just go to your job and do your work, and not be so attached to the amount you make or the reactions you get. So that doesn't mean that you shouldn't do work or do your duty, because that's not what Krishna is saying. That's completely against what Krishna says. Don't do your work.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, Suresh. And then Aditya.
Demigods, we do believe they are in a higher state,
yes,
a spiritual state.
Yeah.
So why would they be deceptive? Why would they deceive? In fact, why wouldn't they direct us to Krishna? Anyone who goes with whatever intentions.
Okay. Demigods are in a higher stage of life, but not necessarily spiritual. Let me explain.
Haven't they attained the state because of their better activities? That's the reason Krishna put them in that state.
Okay. Let me say something about Bhagavatam, and then we can talk about demigods. Maharaj Prithu performed 99 sacrifices, and for those who are familiar with cricket, he was about to score his century. 100th fire sacrifice, he was on the verge to do it. Now, there was already one person who scored a century, and he wanted to be the only centurion that ever existed. Anybody can name that person? Indra. What did he do? He stole the horse, and he did so much of mischief. Why did he do that? Naranarayan was performing severe austerities. Indra, what did he do? He sent so many damsels to break the meditation of Naranarayan. Anywhere in the universe, anybody is doing serious austerity, that is a surefire way of catching the attention of Indra. So the point is, though they are demigods, they are still give lot of importance to prestige and their own well-being and security and all that kind of stuff. So spiritually, they are not as advanced. As example for say Narada. Even every demigod bows before Narada, except Brahma, who is his son. Most of the times at least. So every demigod bows before Narada. Why? Every demigod bows before the great sages. Why? Because spiritually they are advanced and they have to give respect. They have to be given respect. So the demigods are usually, they have the powers, but not necessarily the driving desire to make you spiritually advanced, based on your desire. Because please understand, Krishna says, Kamastaste Hritagyana prapadyante anya devata. He says, driven by lust and desire for opulence, they are worshipping demigods. So if a person who worships demigod out of that, and they know that demigods will give me results quickly, so I need to worship. Vishnu is a long time, it's like a government office. Your file will get lost forever. And even if he comes back, he gives in such a way that, I can't. Like, demigods, man, demigods, they are the way to go. Quick, sure, guarantee, easy. So you worship demigods. And the demigods, they have no interest in making you spiritually advanced, and neither do you have an interest when you worship the demigods. That's the point here. Ravana had no interest to learn about God when he was worshipping Brahma. He had a specific focus, specific thing. And the demigods say, let be. So based on your inclination, they'll give. But the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord are even more merciful than demigods. They are purely concerned for the spiritual well-being, and they are just like Narada. Everywhere he goes, he never bothers to give people material opulences. He has material opulence. He can give if he wants. He can give anything he wants. But everywhere he goes, Narada is concerned about the spiritual well-being. Pages and pages of Bhagavatam talk about how Narada counsels people just for their spiritual well-being. That's why he's much more advanced than demigods. That's why he's worshipped by demigods. Because he's not worried about what state you are in. In fact, even if you are a son of a Kuvera, he will make you a tree, just to make you realize what your position in life is. But that's the difference between Vaishnava like Narada and demigods. Yes, Aditya. Right.
Krishna. Prabhuji, Krishna says that work done as a sacrifice to Vishnu has to be performed, and Prabhupada says that one has to work in Krishna consciousness. So what is the basic difference between Karma Yoga and Bhakti Yoga?
A good question. So if you see Srila Prabhupada's purports, Karma Yoga is translated as devotional service. Now, devotional service, one of the things about yoga ladder is that these are not independent. Karma Yoga is not independent from Bhakti Yoga. They are not like islands. Each have their own kind of things. They are all interconnected with Bhakti Yoga. Basically, in Karma Yoga, there is 99% Bhakti, 99% work, 1% Bhakti. So, or Jnana, everywhere there is worship of demigods. So that's why even Maya, worship of the Supreme Lord. Even if you do Karma Yoga, there is still, you have to perform some sort of bhakti for that Karma Yoga to be successful. Same is with Jnana. But bhakti is 100% pure devotional service. So if you see carefully, Srila Prabhupada uses devotional service, but not pure devotional service. Pure devotional service, we talk in nectar of devotion. It's a completely a different plane on karma. But still the Karma Yoga is tied with bhakti, because even in Karma Yoga you have to worship. Yajñartha karma, you have to worship. He says, worship the Supreme Lord. But with a motive of keeping your karma intact. Jnana, same thing. Jnana, same thing, Paramatma. So, Karma Jnana Yoga, you get the Brahman realization. Above it is Dhyana, Paramatma realization. Above Bhakti is the realization of Bhagwan, the Supreme Absolute Truth. Does that little bit answer your question?
Yeah, it's still one more question.
Okay, sure. Go. Take as many questions.
So when we work and then we offer a part of our results to Krishna, so is that Karma Yoga or is it Bhakti Yoga?
Karma Yoga. So the simple way of defining Karma Yoga and Bhakti Yoga is, Karma Yoga is, I will do what I want to do and I will offer it to Krishna. I will do whatever it pleases me and offer it to Krishna. In Bhakti, I will do whatever pleases Krishna. Simple. So, because Karma Yoga, Krishna doesn't really talk about pleasing me, doing this. There he comes there actually in the 9th chapter. So there is a ways he builds up now. Because karma itself is like going to build up. Karma to jnana, jnana to karma sannyas, and then...
So does a devotee also go to the same process, like karma, jnana, then ashtanga? And then...
That is the beauty. That when we read Bhagavad Gita, actually in the 7th chapter when we go, this semester we'll go. In the 7th chapter, Srila Prabhupada makes a very nice statement in the first verse of the 7th chapter. He says, for the devotees, the words of Krishna begin now. Means from the 7th chapter to the 12th chapter is what the devotee, like Krishna talks about himself, and Srila Prabhupada says, for the devotee, this starts. Okay, and then why did we read all these things? If you are not supposed to follow, why are we reading all these things? There are 2-3 reasons for that. One reason is, in the former ages, to come to the platform of bhakti, you actually had to become self-realized, go through all these steps. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter, Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma Na Shochati Na Kankshati Samasarveshu Bhuteshu. What do we get? Mad Bhaktim Lavate Param. So Krishna says, unless you come to the platform of self-realization, Brahma Bhuta Na Shochati Na Kankshati, you cannot get my bhakti, Baba. Then it must be confusing. You say, I shouldn't do this. Krishna says you should do that. Where is the reconciliation? The reconciliation is Sriman Mahaprabhu. By Lord Chaitanya's mercy, he said, take this process of Bhakti Yoga and jump over all these things. Because we hear so much, holy name is sweet, is beautiful, Bhakti, the devotional service is so wonderful. Why am I not feeling it? Why am I, it's such a drag, day after day is such a drag. Because we have been, it's like Balram going to PhD at Stanford and he had to struggle a little bit, right? To take all those courses kind of thing. No, a little bit. I go to PhD. Let's forget Balram. I go to PhD. I've not even passed my 10th grade. And then I go to Stanford for PhD. I have to struggle because of the simple fact that I have been given a position far beyond my adhikar or my capacity. But Mahaprabhu's mercy, he said, take this, just chant the holy names of Krishna. He gave pure devotional service. He said, you will be happy with this. You don't have time, you are Kali Yuga souls, don't have time for all the preliminary things, you can't do it. It will be just useless. Take bhakti and be happy. So, the first 6 chapters actually, so Srila Prabhupada and you will see the purports. In the purports also, if you read carefully, Srila Prabhupada emphasizes so much on Sankirtan, so much on chanting, so much, even in Karma Yoga stages also. Because there are few reasons, we'll probably, when we have time, we'll get into the Srila Prabhupada's purport. It's a whole class by itself. Why Srila Prabhupada emphasizes so much of bhakti in that. And actually there is a book and there is criticism of Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, why there is so much of bhakti. But we'll get into it at some other time. So the reason, the simple reason there is bhakti is that because without bhakti yoga, none of the processes of yoga will be successful. All the yoga processes will be successful only if there is a mix of bhakti yoga. Therefore the word devotional service is used. Because you have to serve Krishna, you have to work for Krishna, one way or other. But in the pure bhakti stage, you just do purely what Krishna wants. The whole goal is I have to make Krishna happy, that's all. About me, my work, who cares? That's a level that one goes to. Makes sense? Does it make sense? All right. More questions, more comments. Hare Krishna. So we are 5 to 4. Who is the? Oh, okay. Before we go, who is the Sunday speaker? I see. Aha.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Prabhu, if somebody has an interesting, internal desire to serve, let's say, society, uplift the living standard of the people, it's natural. It is not something he's imposing on him. Does that constitute towards serving Krishna, or is it serving your own interesting nature?
Your question is, if I help people to improve their standards of life and make them better, is that my own service or service of Krishna? Depends. What is your motive behind doing that? If you see that this is my world and I have to improve it, then I'll do something about it. This is my nation and I have to liberate this nation from something. Or my nation is afflicted with something, I need to do something about it. I was superpower before, now I have become a pauper power. And then I need to make the superpower again. So these kinds of, what's your motive? Or do you see that my nature is to actually, just give an example. My nature is to plant trees. I love to plant trees. And I am planting trees so that Krishna's part and parcels get some shade. The consciousness is different than saying that, no, this is my thing, I have to do something better about it. Because Krishna is already controlling this world. And he says that there's nothing that can be changed.
So, how can one, so basically if one has that nature, he can link that thing in a bigger picture, how it serves Krishna, then it's okay to continue with that part, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Because in the 12th chapter, Krishna talks, he gives in the Bhakti Yoga, when we come to 12th chapter next semester, he delineates. He says, do this first, this is the highest. You can't do this, do this. 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 So in that lineage structure, Srila Prabhupada writes extensively, he addresses that particular point in the purport. And if you can't do this, then do something for Krishna. So, make sense? Okay. But the theme is that Krishna should be in center. If you don't do it for Krishna, then you are bound. Good or bad. You say that this is my nation, I have to plant all the trees. Sure, next life you will get a lot of trees or shade or wood or whatever be the case. Or, you'll get good reactions for your work. But nevertheless, you take one more birth again and enjoy that. Whether here or higher. Make sense? Okay. Yes, go in, Prabhu. You had a question? Aarti, yes, Mataji, good. First time you are asking question. Happy.
So, Prabhuji, one thing you just said that in Karma Yoga, you do what pleases you, but you offer it to Krishna.
Right.
But there are certain regulations to what you can do in the name of serving Krishna.
Right. Nice point. Thank you. Thank you for correcting. Beautiful. Thank you. Pleasing me in the sense that this is my nature, and this is how I'm going to do. For example, I'm a businessman, and the nature of my business is I have to tell lies. It's a fault. It's nobody's thing. It's Prabhupada writes in the purport, a businessman says, you are my friend, for you I'm not even making any profit. I'm just, go to any car dealership, anywhere, forget friend. It's the nature. And everybody knows the plain truth, if they don't make profit, they can't survive. But the nature of business is they have to tell lies. So the point is, there will be a conflict of morality right here. But I'll tell lies and do my business, but I'll offer it to Krishna. Rather than, a Brahmana is different. Brahmana is like, I cannot tell lies. As a Brahmana, person strictly is bound to tell truth. So just see that means I keep my nature. I don't want to give up my nature of what I am doing, but I dovetail it to Krishna. So having said that, even the Vaishyas or the Kshatriyas, they are bound by rules. You can't simply say whatever pleases me, which Krishna says, if you just think whatever it pleases you, then you are just doing sense gratification, which is not correct. So nice point. Pleases me in the sense, this is my nature, I am not going to give up my nature. I have to work for Krishna, that's all. So since I can't give up my nature of whatever I am, then at least work for Krishna. In the Bhakti Yoga stage, it's a little more higher. I don't feel like chanting, yes, but you have to chant. Because it pleases Krishna rather than pleasing you. So Karma Yoga is not even on the stage of Bhakti yet. It's just that Bhakti is very little. You go to God, either go to temple, give something in the hundi, do some puja, something. The point here is, there is Bhakti, but it's predominantly my own work, my own business, my own thing, whatever it is. That is karma. Yes, Haladar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, Prabhu. You give the nice point to differentiate the Bhakti Yoga and Karma Yoga. The Bhakti Yoga, you say, to pleasing the Krishna always. So like, let's say, and Karma Yoga is giving your fruit of work. Someone is giving his fruit of work to just a devotee without any motive. His motive is not to please Krishna, but his motive is like to seeing the devotee working hard, and he just wanted to give his fruit of his work. So is that indirectly means like he is pleasing Krishna, and he can achieve, even though he is doing the Karma Yoga activity, but he is achieving the Bhakti Yoga?
Depends on how you see the devotee. If you see the devotee as part and parcel of Krishna, and I am pleasing Krishna by pleasing the devotee, versus he is my friend, I just need to help him out. I don't know about his, so you see, there are some gray areas. There is no black and white answer, straight yes or no answer to that question.
Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah,
because the word itself, devotee, can mean a wide variety of things. So, okay, thank you. So if you give me permission, then let me go ahead before Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu comes with a sword, dagger, and other. Text 27, the famous verse. Prakrite kriyamanani gunai karmani sarvashah ahankara vimhudatma kartaham iti manyate.
The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of the material nature.
So Krishna is tying in here with two things. One thing is that because people will say that Arjuna asked his question. What was his question? First question, that you are asking me to be situated in intelligence, and then you are asking me to fight. I am confused. What are you what's your intention? Here, Krishna is saying that all the activities are actually carried out by the modes of material nature. Now, this is an interesting question, because this is not an easy verse as you think. Because if all the activities are carried out by the modes of material nature, why am I suffering? Just think about it. Krishna says everything is happening with the modes of material nature. All the activities are carried out by the modes of material nature. Why am I suffering? If somebody is given me a drug and he programmed me to do something, and I just did something really nasty under that influence, why am I being blamed? I am just an instrument. Think about it. So, but here, more than that, Krishna ties into the fact that you cannot artificially stop somebody to work, and you cannot artificially stop work yourself, because you are under the modes of material nature, and material nature is pushing you to get work done. I'll take the questions once I'm done. So, text 28. Tattvavittu mahabaho gunakarma vibhagayoho gunaguneshu vartanta iti matva na sajjate.
One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, O mighty armed, does not engage himself in the sense and the sense gratification, knowing well the differences between work in devotion and work for fruitive results.
Thank you. Can I think Kanka Mataji might need a chair, so please. Text 29. Prakruter guna sammudha sajjante guna karmasu tan kritsna vido mandan kritsna vinna vichalayet.
Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached, but the wise should not unsettle them. Although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge.
Text 30. Mai sarvani karmani sanyasyatma cetasa nirashir nirmamo bhutva yudyasva vigatajvaraha.
Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your work unto me, with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, with no claims to proprietorship, and free from lethargy, fight.
This is one of the key verses. Srila Prabhupada writes in the first line of that purport. This verse clearly indicates the purpose of Bhagavad Gita. So this is one of the key verses. Make sure you read that. Text 31. Because of the interest of time, we'll just go a little bit ahead. Sorry, we won't discuss. For those who just joined, the Sunday class is about to start. We'll start in a few minutes. So please bear with us. Thank you. Text 31. Ye me matam idam nityam anutishtanti manavaha shraddhavanto nasuyanto muchyante tepi karmabhihi.
Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions.
So what is the result? One becomes free from the bondage of fruitive actions. Text 32. And who doesn't follow? Ye tvetad abhyasuyanto nanutishtanti me matam sarvajnana vimudam stan viddhinashtana chetasaha.
But those who out of envy disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled, and ruined in their endeavors for perfection.
Thank you. Text 33. Sadrisham cheshtate swasya prakritir jnanavanapi prakritim yanti bhutani nigraha kim karishyati.
Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can reparation accomplish?
Text 34. Indriyasyendriyasyarthe ragadveshau vyavastitau tayor navasham agachet tau hyasya paripanthinau.
There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization.
Text 35. Shreyan swadharmo vigunaha paradharmat swanutishtitat swadharme nidhanam shreya paradharmo bhayavaha.
It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties even though faultily than another's duties perfectly. Distraction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous.
So here Krishna concludes. The last three verses he says is he can mean to others or he can mean to Arjuna. To Arjuna he says you don't want to fight and you are repressing yourself from not to fight, but you have a nature and you are going to follow it. And in the next thing he says, better do your own duty and be destroyed in that rather than trying to not do the duty and do others' duty perfectly. So raga dvesha, Krishna talks about raga, which is attachment, and dvesha, hate. So Arjuna asks the next series of questions, then why is that people hate or people love, and how one can overcome it? What is that is impelling people to perform these sinful activities? This is a very instructive set of verses probably. We'll discuss when we have time next week. Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu, few more minutes, please. Okay, text 36. Everybody there? Yes. Arjuna vacha atakena prayuktoyam papam charati purushaha anichan api varshneya baladiva niyojitaha.
Arjuna said, O descendant of Vishnu, by what is one impelled to sinful act, even unwillingly, as if engaged by a force?
So here, again, coming back, Krishna asks our question. If I am not doing it and the gunas are doing it, then why am I suffering? Shri Bhagavan Kama esha krodha esha Rajoguna samudbhavaha Mahashano mahapapma Vidyenam iha vairinam.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead say, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world.
Thank you. Dhumena vriyate vahnir yata darsho malena cha yetolbena vrito garbhas tatha tenedamavritam.
As fire is covered by smoke, as mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust.
Text 39. Avritam jnanametena jnanino nitya vairina kamarupena kaunteya dushpurena nalena cha.
Thus the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire.
Thank you. Indriyani manobuddhir asyadhishtana muchyate etair vimoha tatyesha jnanam avritya dehinam.
The senses, the mind, and the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders them.
Thank you. Tasmat tvam indriyanyado niyamya bharatarshabha papmanam prajahyenam jnana vijnana nashanam.
The senses, the mind, and Therefore, O Arjuna, best of Bharatas, in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin, lust by regulating the senses and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization.
Text 42. Indriyani paranyahur Indriyebhya param manaha Manasastu para buddhir Yo buddhe paratastu saha.
The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is still higher than the mind, and her soul is even higher than the intelligence.
Text 43. Evam buddhe param buddhva samstabhyatmanam jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam.
Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence, O mighty Arjuna, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust.
Right. So in the last few verses, Krishna talks, Arjuna asks, like you said, the material nature pushes everybody to do. Then maybe the material nature is also pushing the people to perform sinful activity. But actually Krishna corrects Arjuna saying that it is lust, which is born of material mode of passion, that impels people to perform these sinful activities. And because one is covered with the modes, to the extent you accept the lust in your heart, to that extent you do sinful activities. But if you can resist that lust within your heart, you won't perform. So the jiva has that desire, has that ability to push back. But you give in to lust, it will push you. And it will keep on pushing you. Krishna says, don't try to satisfy. Maybe a little bit if I can give to lust, it's okay, right? I mean, what can it do? No, it is not going to satisfy it. It's like putting petrol or gas into fire. The more you put, the more it will only burn, not subside. And Krishna says, you have to kill it right from the word go. Not easy, but at least, death by 1,000 cuts. Slowly. You had a question, Ashok Prabhu. Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu, almost done.
Prabhu, in the text 35, verse 35, Krishna is talking about Swadharma and Paradharma, right? Should this be Paradharma? Is like should we consider this as the four orders of life, like Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra? Doing if somebody is a Brahmana executing in Vaishya Dharma, or is it that way or
yes?
In a different way?
But the thing is, in Kali Yuga, actually, it's little mixed up. A Kalau Shuddha Sambhava is there, and then we can have that at length, probably some other time. But yes, specifically that is being mentioned here, Varna and Ashram. But if one takes to devotional service very seriously, then one need not worry too much about the rules. If one is taking to the devotional life, then whatever comes of its own accord, and you can maintain yourself, you can keep going. But in a strict society, yes, that's what you're right. With that, I think we should stop because I took a lot more time. My apologies.
Thank you, Prabhu.
And thank you very much. If you want to take like 2 minutes break, that's fine too. So thank you.
నాకు అవసరం లేదు వైర్లెస్ అంటే
వైర్లెస్ అదే టెంపుల్ కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది అది వైర్లెస్ మీకు కావాలా అది లేదా వేస్ ఒకటి చూపించండి నేను అక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చగలను ఓకే నేను శ్లోకా చెప్తాను అయ్యో మీరు అప్పుడు అయ్యో వచ్చేస్తారు
Did you know our grasslands are turning to desert? These grasslands that are
Ramanand Sakprabhu, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, thank you very much. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. And I know today is Bhakti Sastri Day. And Srivas Pandit Prabhu gave me 15 minutes more, but that's okay. We'll cover. We'll just have a small kirtan. Then we'll immediately jump to the cow protection seminar.
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Tira Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Natira Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare Jayo Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jayo Radha Madhav Radha Madhav Radhe. Jayo Mahaprabhu, Jayo Mahaprabhu, Jayo Mahaprabhu, Jayo Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu. Jayo Lakshmi Narasimha, Jayo Ananta Dev, Jayo Lakshmi Narasimha, Jayo Ananta Dev, Jayo Lakshmi Narasimha, Jayo Ananta Dev, Jayo Lakshmi Narasimha, Jayo. Jayo Gaura Nitai, Jayo Gaura Nitai, Jayo Gaura Nitai, Jayo Gaura Nitai. Gaura Nitai, Jayo Gaura Nitai, Jayo Gaura Nitai, Jayo Gaura. Jayo Jagannatha, Jayo Jagannatha, Jayo Baladeva, Jayo Shubhadra, Jayo Jagannatha, Jayo Jagannatha, Jayo Baladeva, Jayo Shubhadra. Jayo Krishna Balaram, 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 Jayo Krishna Balaram. Jayo Vrindavana Dham, 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 Jayo Giri Govardhan, 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 Jayo Giri. Jayo Sita Rama Lakshman, Jayo Bhakta Hanuman, Jayo Sita Rama Lakshman, Jayo Bhakta Hanuman, Jayo Sita Rama Lakshman, Jayo Bhakta Hanuman, Jayo Sita Rama Lakshman, Jayo Bhakta Hanuman. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
शील प्रभुपाद की, अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की, गौ माता की. Hare Krishna. So today we are discussing, welcome to Sunday Fish Class, and I would like request all the blessings from the senior Vaishnavas, like we have Kanka Mataji, Balimardhan Prabhu, and all Prabhupada disciples, and all assembled Vaishnavas here. So, and this is a very sensitive topic, as you know, the importance of cow protection, and cow is also called Go Mata. So we will discuss like this is the agenda, like philosophy of why cow protection is very important, pastimes of the cow, and benefits of blessings of cow. We can say cow products, but scriptures, Shastra says it's not products, it's a blessings from the cow. And then we'll go to the implementation, practical implementation, how devotees, how Vaishnavas within our society can help or can involve into this topic. And before I go to the first step, we'll do the Mangalacharan prayers with all together. Thank you. Om Ajnananda Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Nilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayyam Dadanti Swapadandikam Vandeham Shri Gurom Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurom Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sagana Lalita Shri Vishakantam Cha Namavom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare Aradhyo Bhagavan Vraje Sutanayas Tadhama Vrindavanam Ramya Kachita Upasana Vrajvedu Varghena Kalpitam Srimad Bhagavatam Pramanam Amalam Prema Pumarto Mahan Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhur Mataidam Tadharana Paraha Satyam Vidatum Nijabrutya Bhashitam Vyaptim Cha Bhuteshu Akileshu Chatmanaha Adrutya Adhyadbhuta Rupa Mudvahan Stambe Sabhayam Namrugam Namanusham Hare Krishna. Thank you. So, since it is a Bhagavad Gita class, and we'll also discuss about co-protection in Bhagavad Gita. So, this is the important shloka which when we offer prasadam or bhoga to the Lord, we recite this prayer. Please repeat after me. Namo Brahmana Devaya, Namo Brahmana Devaya, Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha, Go Brahmana Hitaya. Jagadyate Krishnaya Yadita Govindaya Namo Namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Absolute Truth, Krishna, who is the well-wisher of the cows and the Brahmanas, as well as all living entities in general. I offer my obeisances to Govinda, Krishna, who is the pleasure reservoir of all senses, and especially the senses of his devotees. So, in this verse, you can see Krishna is emphasizing on only go. Go means cow, Gomata. So, and Brahmanas. First, we are offering obeisances to Brahmanya, that is Supreme Absolute Truth, that is Krishna. So, after that, Krishna is, we reciting this prayer, Krishna especially giving protections to, first to the cows and then Brahmanas. Why only cows? Anybody have any? This is an interactive seminar. It can be buffaloes, it can be goats, because Krishna used to have buffaloes, goats. When the forest fire happened in the forest, Krishna, it is in 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, all the buffaloes, all the goats also run away from the forest. But Krishna is especially talking about cows here. So you can, Prabhu, pass a mic to.
Here's the microphones, Prabhu.
We have 3 of them. So this is my notes. Please, anybody, why only cows? Please pause.
So in cow's body there are 33 crores demigods reside. That's the reason Krishna is emphasizing all the, the animals. Amongst them, cow is the supreme.
Perfect. Thank you, Prabhu. So yeah, that is one of the reason Krishna is emphasizing on cow protection, because cow is we have 7 mothers. Cow is one of them, and cow is also called Dhatri. She gives protection to the entire living entities, and by not only supplying milk, and cow have emotion. It having there are a lot of many pastimes. I'll come to next a couple of more slides. I'll talk about the pastimes, but cow especially will, you see, cow have 4 glands, 2 for the calf and 2 for the human beings. So Krishna, when he go to the Vrindavan, when you say Vrindavan, we'll only think about cows. It's called Goloka Vrindavan. Goloka means planet of cows. There is no oracle or Genentech there where I. So there only Krishna talks about cow, and because he personally set an example for us. What is in the Bhagavad Gita in 18th chapter, next sloka, it talks of Krushi Goraksha Vanijam Vaishyakarma Swabhavajam Paricharyatmakam Karmam Sudrashamapi Swabhavajam, means farming, cow protection and business are my natural works for the Vaishyas, and for the Sudras there is a labor and service to others. So Krishna here is mentioning Krushi Goraksha Vanijam, means Goraksha is specifically emphasizing on cow protection, not any other than cow or buffalo. He didn't talk about anything, just especially about cows, and is one of the main Vanijam, means business, trading. So in olden days there is no any other business except Brahmanas used to have, Nanda Maharaj used to have 10,000 or 90,000 cows. So like that, every caste of the society, the 4 Varnashram systems, everybody used to have cows. Kshatriyas used to have cows, Brahmanas used to have cows, Shudras used to have cows. Means, so Krishna is giving in 18th chapter is mentioning that we all have to, as a Vaishnavas, we all have a responsibility to protect the cows. It's not only for ISKCON devotees or any Vaishnava who considered as a devotee of Vishnu, should protect the cows. That's what Krishna is giving an instruction to everybody. So this is, I took some of the verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam, and we'll go in detail when in couple of more slides about the pastimes. So cow is our family member. You've seen Krishna in olden days, maybe in anybody traditional Indian, they have a Goshala next to their house, and you can see cows, you can smell the cows. I was in a farm, I think 3 years before, near Udupi, South India. There are more than 35 cows. Even the temple is made with cow dung. And when I went with one of my friend devotee, he said, I am unable to chant here because it's very silent. I need some sound to chant, because we are so conditioned here in this present fast moving society. So Krishna here is in this picture, you can meditate on this picture. Krishna is mentioning is our family members, because we are all family members of Krishna. Cows are not maintained for aversion or its responsibility. It's our responsibility of a being Vaishnava should protect cows. A Vaishnava is not only protect cows, but he also have protection, or he's having, he'll help all the living entities. But Krishna is pleased, then we will be pleased, like devotees will be happy, so like that, Yasmat Tushtit Jagat Tushtit, right? So Krishna is pleased by protecting the cows. So we feel bad when cows are killed and slaughtered. So in this 1 week, when I'm preparing for this seminar, I understood many things. Like myself, I learned many things. How the cow products we use, or we use generally our day-to-day life, the soaps, everything have contaminated with some of the animal fat. So this is the quote from Haribhakti Vilas by Sanatan Goswami. May cows stay in front of me. May cows stay behind me. May cows stay on both sides of me. May I always reside in the midst of cows. So people can interpret into many of these things. So you can, instead of cow, people can have cat, and it become like a trend. But Sanatan Goswami is mentioning about only cows here, and he is not a sentimental statement. He is like our acharya, right? We have to follow him, but not putting cows next to it. As practically we have to follow that. When we do the practical implementation. So from past 4 years, I am taking only ahimsa milk. So even when Prabhupada, right? Prabhupada, anybody comes to new people, to the devotees, he never asked immediately to chant Hare Krishna. He asked first read books. First read books, then chant Hare Krishna. So if you have strong faith on philosophy, then you cannot deviate. So that's why Prabhupada also emphasized on all his purports. You know, in India, is many, if anybody from North India or South India here, many towns and villages starts with Go. Gorakhpur, Govardhan, you know, Gokul, Nandagram, everything will start with Go. Go means it's cow. And they are emphasizing us to remember this. So, and even one of my devotee friends said, is Golconda used to call us Govulakonda before. So that become as Golconda. Why only cows? Because again, it's Krishna is emphasizing. Krishna is everyday remembers cows. So this is from Srimad Bhagavatam. So passing from one part of the great forest to another, the goats, cows, buffaloes eventually enter an arena overgrowth with a sharp canes. The heat of nearby forest fire made them thirst, and they cried out of distress. See, in Srimad Bhagavatam, it talks about goats and cows, but Krishna emphasizes only on cow protection. Anybody knows how Krishna got name of Govinda? Who gave that name to Krishna? Sorry?
So after this Govardhan Leela,
yes.
So Indra has to take forgiveness from Krishna, and he came, but he cannot come directly. So Surabhi was there. So Surabhi gave bath to Krishna with his milk, entire milk, and it became a kund. So because Krishna is favored to cows, so because of this cow's presence, Krishna is favored towards Indra. Otherwise, directly he could not be favored because he did 7 days rain to Vrindavan Dham. So then his name was Govinda at the time. And
Yes,
Govind Kund is also there in Vrindavan.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Yeah, it comes in Srimad Bhagavatam in 10th canto. You can read about it. You can read in the purports. So Surabhi gave the name to Krishna as Govinda. Govinda means, Go means cow, and Go means also senses. So who is the master of the cow? He is called Krishna. So anything do with the proper knowledge gives us conviction, faith and inspiration and the results of the process. So without proper knowledge, even I cannot do Srimad Bhagavatam distribution. So I have to read Srimad Bhagavatam, then I can distribute, right? At least not even end to end, but every day Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya. If you just read 2 shlokas of Bhagavatam, and if you read continuously, you will get faith and conviction. So with that conviction, I can go and out distribute. As that, we also have to consume cow products. So if you have consumed, you have faith, then only you can consume it, right? So that's what. And here, it's from Srimad Bhagavatam. I have actually 200 slides out. Only Prabhupada is talking about cow protection in all his books, in purports, in his lectures, in his conversations. But I don't go in detail. But today I will just talk about the practical implementations and what we do as our society to protect this Gomata. So this is the killing the demon Putana. Krishna kills Putana. After that, these gopis it comes in Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, Chapter 6, 20. You can repeat after me. Gomutrena snapayitva punargo rajasarbakam raksham chakrushas chaskruta Dvadasangashu namabhi. So here, anybody can read the purport, translation. Koladeep Prabhu can read. It's in the second one, Mataji. The child was thoroughly washed.
The child was thoroughly washed with cow urine and then smeared with the dust raised by the movements of the cows. Then different names of the Lord were applied with cow dung on 12 different parts of his body.
No, the 10th canto, chapter 35. Okay, so I'll... So anybody can see this, right? It's a small font. So I need some volunteer to read the translation. Prabhu Balimardhan. Okay. So it's 10, 35, 18, 19. 35, Prabhu. Chapter 35. 35, 18, 19. Verse 18.
80.
18.
18, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Slash 19, yeah. Okay, thank you, Prabhu. You can read the translation.
Mani dhara kochi daganayanga malaya daitya gandha tulasya pranayino amucharasya kudamse prakshipam bhujam agayata yatra kvanita venurava vanchita chittaha krishnam annashata krishna go grihivanya Gunanam anugatya harinyo gopikaiva vimukta grihasha. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. Page down. Scroll down.
Translation.
Now Krishna is standing somewhere counting his own cows on a string of gems. He wears a garland of tulsi flowers that bear the fragrance of his beloved, and he has thrown his arm over the shoulder of an affectionate cowherd boyfriend. As Krishna plays his flute and sings, the music attracts the black deer's wives, who approach that ocean of transcendental qualities and sit down beside him, just like us cowherd gulls. They have given up all hope for happiness in family life.
Purport. Srila Jiva Goswami explains that in the afternoon, the Sri Krishna dressed himself in a new clothing and then went out to call the cows home. Srila Vishnu Chakravarti gives the following information about the transcendental cows of Vrindavan. For each of the 4 colors of cows, white, red, black and yellow, there are 25 subdivisions, making a total of 100 colors. And such a qualities, being colored like a sandalwood pulp, tilak, or having a head shaped like mridanga drum, create 8 further groups. To count these 108 groups of cows, distinguish color, and Krishna is starting a string of 108 jewel beads. Thus, when Krishna calls out, "Hey Dhanavali," the name of white cow, a whole group of white cows come forward, and when he calls Hamsi, Chandini, Ganga, Mukta, and so on, the 24 other groups of white cows come. The reddish cows are called Aruni, Kunkuma, Saraswati, etc. The blackish ones, Shyamala, Dhumala, Yamuna, etc. And yellow ones, Pita, Pingala, Harita Tilaka, etc. Those in the group of the Tilaka marks where their foreheads are called Chitra Tilaka, Dirga Tilaka, and Trayaka Tilaka. There are groups known as Mridanga Mukhi, Mridanga head, Simha Mukhi, lion head, and so on. Thus, being called by name, the cows are come forward, and Krishna thinking that when it comes to bring them back from the forest, none should be forgotten. He is counting them on his jewel beads. So, such a beautiful purport. Krishna is not even forgetting one cow. He'll call out the cows by each name, and he's having a, like, we have a counting beads for our Japamala, right? So, he's counting the cows for each group. Like, you can, it's in detail, I no need to explain about the purport. This picture you can see. Prabhu, back to me. Okay. Okay, thank you, bro. Wow. Okay. Now, Nanda Maharaj used to have 900,000 cows. Vishwanath Chakravarti gives the description of the cows of Vrindavan. Krishna known every cow by name. If any cow was missing, Krishna would immediately chase after the missing cow and call her by name. The cows are divided into the herds by color and either by black, white, red or yellow. So you see, Lord Krishna is setting an example. To teach by example, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna and Lord Balaram show us the descendant into this world, how important is to protect, love and serve the cows and bulls. Krishna is known as Gopal, protector of the cows, as Govinda, one gives pleasures to the cows. Lord Balaram represents plowing the land of agriculture, and there always carries a plow. His hand, whereas Krishna tends cows and therefore carries a flute in his hand. Thus the two brothers represents Krishi Raksha, protecting bulls by engaging them in the farming, Go Raksha, protecting the cows. So this comes from Srimad Bhagavatam again, Canto 10, Chapter 5, 20 purport. So here Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying, Adi Leela, chapter 17, text 111, say, in my last birth, I was born in a family of a cowherd man and give the protection to the calves and cows. Because of such a pious activities, I have now become the son of a Brahmana. So Prabhupada mentions in the words of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the greatest authority here clearly indicates that one becomes pious simply by keeping cows and protecting them. Unfortunately, people have become such a rascals that they not even care about the words of an authority. So it's not my words, it's still Prabhupada words. So I think Kanka Mataji knows this picture. Srila Prabhupada was in Gita Nagari. So these all Prabhupada quotes, I'll just read them and then we'll go to the couple of pastimes of cow. So cow protection means feeding the Brahmanical culture, which leads towards God consciousness, and the perfection of human civilization is achieved. Without cow protection of cows, Brahmanical culture cannot be maintained, and without Brahmanical culture, the aim of life cannot be fulfilled. One cannot become spiritually advanced without acquiring the Brahmanical qualification and giving protection to the cows. So this from Srila Prabhupada, I am continuing the quotes for next two more slides. Prabhupada says in Hawaii in the January 1974. So in this movement, for one program is to respect the cows. We chant this mantra, Namo Brahmana Devaya Go Brahmanitaya Cha. The Brahmanical culture and the cows. Why they have a selected cows? There are so many animals. Why co-protection is so important in Krishna consciousness? Why Krishna personally himself became a cowherd boy and was taking in the care of the cows and the calves. Oh, that is very essential. So there is 4 pillars of our Indian or any Vaishnava or any, you can say, entire world universe. So there are 4 terms. One is Go Mata, Gayatri and Gita, and one more is Ganga. This all starts with Ga, right? So this Go Mata, this considered as a 4 pillars of for Dharma. So if there is no Dharma, Krishna won't be there, and Krishna will Dharma Samstharpanarthaya Sambhavami Yuge Yuge. He came to establish Dharma, and you can see the pillars of the Dharma. You can see the picture inside here, which talks about these 4 pillars of Dharma. And this is a Kamadhenu. picture, you can see all demigods which is residing in the cow. And cow also is called a moving deity. You can worship the cows. There are many pastimes. I will come to that now. You see Brahma Dev is there in the hump of the cow, and Lakshmi Devi is in the back of the cow. Narada Muni is there, and Vishnu and Lord Shiva, everybody residing in the cow. If anybody have been to Simhachalam, there is in South India a couple of temples where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went, and Prabhupada went. All devotees also go to the South India Yatra, visit these temples. They, before have darshan to the people, normal people, they will show cow back to the Lord. So I personally seen in the temple called Ahobilam when I went recently to India. So they bring the cow, without saying anything, the cow shows the back to the Lord Narsingadev, because Lakshmi Devi is residing in the cow. That's why cow urine and gobar, it's not actually gobar, it's called govar, right? So it's the blessings of the cow. So I only there are two people are in this like Krishna creation are eligible to wear the peacock feather. One is Krishna and two is cow. So you see, normally any other personality or expansion of Krishna, nobody cannot wear a peacock feather except Mother Cow and Krishna, because Krishna is pleased when we protect the cows. You can see, this is when I went this time to India, my hometown is very famous for cows, where I belong to, near Tirupati. But unfortunately now they also sends the cows for slaughterhouses, because if cows and bulls are not engaged, they immediately sends. Every week there are 200 cows goes. So my father, I forced him to buy 2 cows. When I went, and he said, oh, it's very difficult, it's like a baby, I have to maintain, so many excuses. But I said, if you have cows, then it is like a deity living at your home, and devatas will come and worship your home if cow resides. So then he agreed, and we bought this cow. Her name is Lakshmi. And recently, 2 weeks before or 3 weeks before, this cow, they put a bore pump, like a lot of machinery in my area. So he got scared and he left from my home, or our farm actually. And they searched the whole night. They didn't find this cow. And finally, in the morning around 5 o'clock, they found this cow in a well. It's actually a pregnant cow, but fortunately it's all Krishna's mercy, and nothing happened to the cow. And they got the JCP, they put the mud in the well. It's a dry well, and it's nothing in the well. There are, if you see the well, right, India having like different stones, but this cow fall in a place, in a safest place, but not even a scratch to the cow. And in the morning we went, and it came running to my father, and they put the hot water just to bathe the cow because it's scared. And the doctor came and saw even the baby in the cow, it's good. So because cow is very, very emotional. See, if any it's also it's considered as one of the family member. Why? Because in olden days or now also, if anybody fights in the family, husband fights with the wife, so it recommended that wife should not give breast milk to the baby, because the emotion adds to the baby. And it's in one of the past instance, one baby died because she becomes so emotional and she fed the baby. And that's why the cow also, it's very, very emotional. I'll just tell the 2 pastimes. This is like Lord Venkateshwara pastime. Anybody have been here to Tirupati? So yeah, Rajesh, many people, yes. Yeah, Balaji name is also called Balakrishna. So Prabhupada went there, and he was there in Tirupati, and he spoke with many delegates there, and they do the cow protection also, Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams. So before Balaji was there, he was in Vaikunta, and he came back to Bhuloka. And Lakshmi Devi also came down, because she came earlier before Balaji. Actually, she was in the place called Kolhapur. Is also Lakshmi Devi temple is there. But Balaji was very thirsty, and he's fasting because he's in separation of Lakshmi, and he came to the 7 hills. It's called Seshachalam now, and he was in the ant hill meditating on Lakshmi. And when he's starving, and Brahma and Shiva and everybody worried that Supreme Personality of Godhead doesn't have any food, and he's a Govinda, he drinks milk every day. And Lord Brahma became as a cow, and Lord Shiva became as a calf. And they came to the local king there in Chandragiri. There is a small hometown nearby. And at that time, the king, okay, it's a very beautiful cow, I'll buy this. And it gives a very fine grain milk, and you can have it. The king thought Lakshmi Devi personally sells to the king. And she sells with a good price, not even more, like lot of amount. And the queen thinks that, okay, I bought this cow and we should make out of it. And we should take all the milk and use for all our deity worship or whatnot. But every day this cow is going and not coming with any milk. So he said there's something wrong here. And he called the cowhead man. And he said, if you cannot bring the milk today, I'll kill you. So it's king's order. So they went. He went with the axe in the hand, and say, if this cow doesn't give milk, I'll kill today. So he thought like that, and he went to this ant hill. And whenever this cow went to the ant hill, it start pouring the milk to the Krishna, Balakrishna. He started drinking the milk. And you see the axe in the hand of this person here. And he throwed the axe on the cow, but Krishna is Bhakta Vatsala. He came out of the ant hill and hit exactly on the forehead of Krishna. So that's why Krishna also puts, now it's like a Urdhva Pundaram, it's called a Tilak mark on his forehead, because he got the hit of the axe here. And the first person in the Kali Yuga, he saw that they are also called Yadavas in traditional language. So now also in Tirumala, Tirupati, in temple, morning they give the Navanitam for the Lord, Makkan. Around 2:30 if you go, they give a big pot of the milk. So I went one time for Suprabhata Darshanam, and they also distributes this. Because he is Balakrishna, and you can smell, when inside the temple, you can smell the milk, fragrance in the temple. So this is one of the pastime, and by this understanding, this story sticks to our heart. That means Krishna is emphasizing on how to protect cows. So there are a couple of more pastimes. One time, anybody heard about Raghavendra Swami? He is also one of the Madhva Sampradaya. He is a saint. So at that time, there is in India, in even Mayapur, they used to attack with a lot of these dacoits, thieves. They are comes as a 40-50 people and attacks some area, and they will go away. So these dacoits came, and they are actually looting all the villages in South India. And they came to one place actually, and the dacoit leader, he was very hungry, and he want to kill. He's a Muslim, and he want to eat something. So they saw this one cow having a calf inside. It's a pregnant cow, and the dacoits, all friends, right? They arrested this cow, and they put a ties for the cow. And the cow is laying. They are about to kill the cow with the knife. But somehow or other, this cow looked at the person, that leader. And he was looking at and he looked in a very compassionate, see, please save me, and like that. But when this leader thought about his wife, she's also pregnant. And okay, let me save this cow. I'll relieve this cow. And she cut the rope of the cows, which is tied to the legs. The cow went away. And then they went away. After maybe 20 years, this dacoit group got arrested, and it's the British is ruling our country at that time. So they got arrested of that dacoit leader, and he got a life sentence. They put a rope and you have to die, right? So the date came, and exactly on that morning, whenever he was supposed to hang him. So he put they put a rope for his neck, and you seen how they hang, right? They put what do you call it? Is that true? Yeah, platform. Yeah. So if you do 3 times right? So the person doesn't die, that means they will relieve him. So they first time they did it, he didn't die. Second time they did it, they removed the platform, he didn't die. Third time they didn't. So according to British law, if you do 3 times, if he still survives, let him go. They relieved him. And everybody asked, it's documented. I done research, enough research, and also anybody knows Madan Gopal Prabhu told me this story from Chaupati. So when they removed the platform, the cow came in the bottom, and his legs was there on the cow. 3 times it came like that. And as soon as he relieved from the jail, coming outside, this cow was waiting to see him. And the cow is crying when he see him. See, on the day you saved me, now I saved you. So, I mean, cow have emotion. It's not that's why it's called Dhatri, and that's why it's called Gomata. We just won't protect cows by like some low things we are protecting. I gave donation for cow protection. No, cow protection is not done with the compassion. It should done as our responsibility. So, so there are even Srila Prabhupada here further quotes, without protecting cows of Brahmanic culture cannot be maintained. The bull helps in the agriculture process of producing grains, etc. And thus, one sense of bull is a father and father of humankind, whereas cow is the mother, for the supplies milk to the human society. A civilized man therefore expects to give all protection to the bulls and cows. So there is also one of the recent pastime in Narmada, the banks of Narmada. One person actually retired from in Vanaprastha state. He went there. Excuse me. He want to live his life. He's a go rakshaka. He's a go sevaka. You know, right? From his life he is protecting only cows. So he was taking. He built his own hut, and he's in the hut every day. He used to offer whenever he cook a food, first thing he'll offer it to the cow. So this cow every day coming at the noon time, and but he's having just some savings. That is, his kids are working in somewhere, they are sending some money to him, and he's just saved some money, but he doesn't lock his hut. He just because in India, right, so he never locked his house, he went away like that. But one day cow came early around 9 o'clock. And he didn't understand why this came. It should come around noon time. I don't have nothing to offer. But he got some fruits. And he went to offer the fruits, but cow didn't take anything. So he said, okay, I want to go for a japa walk. So he thought he want to go out of his home, but cow didn't allow him. And he want to go from back of the door, cow still came to the back door. At the same time, around 10 o'clock, one person came, and from the window he put a hand, and he's taking all the Lakshmi away for what he saved that money. So cow knows your feelings. You know, Balabhadra Prabhu, anybody know, is a cow protection minister for our ISKCON society. So he went to India, to Tirupati, and he is having a farm in New Vrindavan. Every day he brushes the bulls, he brushes the cows, and he serves the cows every day. His main business, he can talk to cows actually, such a elevated personality. And when he came, he went to a farm near in Tirupati. That farm actually owned by Tirumal Tirupati Devasthanams. One bull came running to Balabhadra Prabhu, and he started crying. And the Revati Raman Prabhu, the temple president of Tirupati, he was next to him, said, why this cow is crying? I said, I have some connection with the bulls. So you see, she is our mother, and every child have responsibility to protect the cow. So that's why we are... So you see, just cow doesn't slaughtered for the beef. Cow slaughtered for many reasons. This I just put together is a picture I took in Pandaripur temple, ISKCON temple. Maybe it's very difficult to see, but I can say from cow is killed for 4 things. You know, cow leather, cow blood, cow bones, and this every products we use every day, like a Dove soap, right? Dove soap contains this object called tallow. It comes from the fat of the cow, you know, the beef or fat of the cow. So I done, like, you know, from 3 days I'm doing this research. Not only within Vaishnava society, outside people also, they won't use these soaps, which is the commercial products. So you can see on the picture, made from the boiling animal, and also it's a byproducts. It's called from animal slaughterhouses called tallow. Can in every commercial soaps you can see this product. And I see devotees sometimes say, Prabhuji, I want to chant Hare Krishna, why you are going into in detail? No, it's Krishna is very sensitive, right? Krishna and Krishna system, Shakti, Shaktiman, right? So both are very important, and Krishna is very, very sensitive. And we should go in detail, especially, for example, you are doing Ekadashi Vrat, and we done Bhishma Panchak also, 5 days. Balimadhan Prabhu requested everybody to do it. So I also done it. In the morning, you put this bone powder into the mouth in Brahma Muhurta time. We woke up 4 o'clock. This Colgate, whatever toothpaste you are using, every product have a, directly or indirectly, it having a beef. Because it's very inexpensive. People will slaughter the cows, and we maybe directly won't slaughter, but we are using it, we are consuming it. And you put this bone powder into the mouth, and we won't get the trupti, we won't get the taste. That's why when we have this prasadam, we'll ask more, more samosa, more gulab jamun, whatever it's. We ask more because we don't find the trupti in part. So this is you see there are these commercial soaps which I am mentioning. Every soap have one byproduct. So this is called sodium tallow, and this is the one. They put a name which is not, we cannot understand. So we go to Costco and buy for 1 year. I was talking to one person. He said from past 15 years I'm using this soap. And I'm sorry, I mean, it's very sensitive, and every devotee have their own opinion. But this is fact. Prabhupada emphasized, Prabhupada just doesn't come to just open temples. Prabhupada having higher vision, and he told 50% of my work is not done. 50% of Varnashram system he have to establish. Prabhupada emphasized it everywhere. Even Prabhupada is leaving his body, and he came to Gita Nagari. He's supposed to come to Gita Nagari, but he stayed in London because his health was very sick. And he said, I will go to the farms. I will show how to protect cows. Personally, he is documented it. I also have a video. But why I am saying, see, these are some of the facts. As you can, I have this website. I can give these links. You can talk to me offline. Mostly cow fat contains this object and called tallow or bone powder, whatnot, and even the cow blood, right? So the people, when my wife was pregnant, they gave prenatal, right? Before everybody gives, but most of this they make it with this cow blood. So we should be very, very careful, and that's why you see the younger kids, they get eyes. I'm not a doctor, but I can see practically by Ayurveda, you look at it, a very young age they get the eyes, the spectacles for the kids, because they use these products, and they are, one drop of cow blood can, Prabhupada said, can enter America and Europe and India, everything will go away just for this abnormal, or which is, we can say, cow killing. So, and this is, you see here also we have a farm, right, is Surabhi cow. Just they won't have, their cow lifespan is for 25 years, actually lifespan, but because of the meat industry or commercial industry, it will live only for 7 years. And as soon as the calf born, they will take away next day itself. So they won't keep the calf. And without the calf of the cow, how can cow give a milk? And we are just like Arjuna says in Bhagavad Gita, right? First chapter, with the tinge of the blood. I am enjoying this kingdom. How can I enjoy? Like that. We are enjoying this opulence of Krishna's opulence, and we are claiming that I am doing my devotional service. So without, so this is the commercial products I found, which is all these products have, especially Dove, have that called the object of cow fat. So which comes especially for how. And also cosmetics and chocolates. Kit Kat also have this products of cow products. So even Nestle, good food, good life. So how anybody knows how Nestle came? It's a very demonic company. They started in Europe, and they hired all these young college girls, and they made them as nurses. And they, every commercial company have, food nutrition company have their own sister company of drugs. Why? Because you eat this food and you will become sick and you will take their products. It's actually the connection between this. And I see in Glasgow, or what is that company? Yeah, so they have food products, and also they have a nutrition products. So this, everything is interconnected, and even McDonald's. So McDonald's major revenue in India, they take that money and they buy beef and they export to United States. And India is the toppest exporter of the beef. And most of the slaughterhouses owned by government, and only two slaughterhouses are owned by like Muslims in India. And majorly they just won't kill it for the milk, and even you may see the leather is very soft. Only the calf leather is very, very soft. We become old, our skin becomes soft. But cow and calf is, from the initial age itself, the cow is, the skin is very soft, and they export from Kerala to London, and they make the cloths for the people. I'm sorry, because this is the fact, and we have to discuss this. This one of the disadvantages. Now we come to the blessings of the cow. It's called also gobar or gover. So cow urine, cow dung. In cow urine, Ganga Devi resides. That's why you can have cow urine. It having many, like in Haridwar, I heard recently there, instead of Pepsi, Coca-Cola people drinking, right? They're selling cow urine as a drink. So because cow urine have many advantages for it, not only the external things like our body equilibrium will be good. Not only that, it also helps. As I told, this cow is a very emotional object, or that's why it's called Gomata. And in the cow dung, Lakshmi Devi resides. So even they continue on the cow bless. So we have devotion on cow, but knowledge is lacking. So everybody is not sentimental. It should be like a responsibility for all do it. All we have bhakti, but very weak knowledge on the, and we cannot develop the gratefulness if don't know who they are. So that's why we have to educate ourselves by going into in detail, and by that we can understand. So, and we can use these Panchagavya products like cow ghee, cow urine, cow milk, cow curd, and cow dung. These all called Panchagavya products. If anybody fasted for Bhishma Panchak, so these 5 things, one day, Panchagavya we will offer to Lord Damodara, and then used only one time we can honor it. So I didn't find cow dung here because it should be properly kept. So that's why I fasted the second level of fast. You can see cow urine also. Even every day morning before it's my personal experience, I drink the cow urine, and my health is, I go every week for book distribution, so I don't feel tired. I'm not promoting this product, but I'm sharing my personal experience with all of you. So this is the lot of scientific things here. Just by cow urine, how many things we can develop. It's very, font is very small, but I can read for you some. It's also called cow urine products. So each in detail, it can use it for your bones, it's used for your body equilibrium, and it should be a distilled cow urine. And even it never spoils. And when I went to India, I got some cow urine bottles with me. And my friend also who came, he got a full box of products. And the immigration, they stopped him and they checked it what it is. And we explained this, our traditional, that we drink this, and they let him go. And we also have ahimsa milk. So Prabhupada also says, prolonged one, it also prolongs ahimsa milk. Life develops his brain, execute devotional service, and ultimately attain the favor of Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 8, Chapter 6, and Text 12. And ahimsa milk is particularly essential for developing for the finer tissues of human brain, so that one can understand the intricacies of transcendental knowledge. How can milk, if you drink milk, how can I understand spirituality? Prabhupada said, if you boil the milk, and people nowadays, they are deficiency of iron, many things, right? Some people, so many people excuse, oh, my kid doesn't drink ahimsa milk. You have to pasteurize it. You have to boil it in iron kadai, right? In India, they boil it with. So when you boil with iron utensils, iron comes automatically. You don't need to take any byproducts for that. So, and also dhanvantri. It's called ghee also is called gritam. And so there are many benefits of cow. If you can read this, but I will go in in the Kartik month is first comes Lakshmi Puja. From if anybody Diwali they celebrates and also some people also celebrate Lakshmi Ganesh. I don't know how that combination came. Please don't ask me that. But they worship that, and usually our devotees we do the Lakshmi Puja. After that, mainly ISKCON Vaishnavas we call those Govardhan Puja. From Govardhan Puja, after that comes Gopashtami. After Gopashtami is come Tulasi Vivah. So all these 4 products comes as Dhanvantri. You see this picture? Dhanvantri is also called a doctor for all devatas, and he is also doctor for like Krishna. So there is a temple in Srirangam near Tiruchi. One time Ranganath got a because they offered yogurt and some fruits together to the Lord Ranganath. And Ramanujacharya came and saw that Ranganath is sick, he's coughing and he's having cold. And he went and told, go and get a aushad from Dhanvantri. There is a temple next to the Ranganath temple, it's called Dhanvantri temple. Now also they give this medicine. If any have any skin diseases or anything, you can just take this cow medicine which is made with all these Panchagavya products. So, and that's after this Lakshmi Puja, Govardhan, Gopashtami, Tulasi Vivah, and also it adds the Tulasi ingredients. So, use these cow products, and by consuming it, you are supporting it. How consuming can be supporting? So, because there is a Goshala, my Bhakti Raghav Maharaj, he visited recently. So it's called Patameda. They make all the go products. They have 1,25,000 cows. And it's in the border of Rajasthan and Pakistan. Just only one sadhu, or they have 5,000 acres of land. Every day they put Om Surabhyaya Namaha, Om Surabhyaya, that mantra, right? So every day they put for the cows. And cows so feel happy, and without going for milking, it automatically gives the milk. And all our ISKCON temples where I visited, Pune and Mumbai and Tirupati, all the temples, they are shipping these cow products themselves, and the devotees are using it. And they also, you are traveling, you don't have a milk, ahimsa milk, you can use Patameda. There is a product where you can the powder, right? You can make it as milk. Like that, there is lot of options available. Today also I brought, and we also have a booth. Vinay Prabhu, Bhagavati Mataji will be there. There are many cow products which daily use. You can use it. This is called cow soap, which is made with the Panchagavya products. And also this is also different soap. One for Matajis, one for Prabhujis. One time in the Independence Day parade, I was waiting for Vaisheshika Prabhu, and Vaisheshika Prabhu came with one of the devotee from Berkeley. And Vaisheshika Prabhu introduced me, he's Purushottam, like that. And he said, I know him, wo sabun bechta hai. So I ran away from there, and Prabhu called me. I said, what is sabun? He asked me. So there is nothing wrong here. Sabun means soap, I told Prabhu. Then I gave to Prabhu also. Prabhu also uses. So because this is very, even if there's some soap or small things, but this means small things. Krishna, as I told you, is very, very sensitive. And it doesn't like, you offer 1008 offering to Krishna with a processed food, how can Krishna will be pleased? And he sees, as I told you, even in Hari Bhakti Vilas, it says that you pluck the flower, it having some, you cannot offer that flower. I mean, we all does every day that, but is Bhavagrahi Janardana, he take the essence. But we should be very, very careful when we deal with this everyday things. And also there are many also cow products I'll show you in mic. So I have a small video presentation. I'll present it now. And there is a three, and not only devotees. Krishna said, if Krishna wants it, outside people also. Now there are many organizations protecting cows here within United States. So I will just show you these three examples, which is it shows one is the cow emotional, how important this cow protection. This is a video I just took a small 5 minutes video, which okay.
We have become totally disconnected with the basis and the pillars of Dharma, which are cows. Dharma begins with the protection of cows. When we cut out, when we become disconnected with cows, as we have, in the cities, living in the cities means we are disconnected with cows. We no longer look after cows. We no longer see cows. We no longer think about cows. We no longer care about cows. If we no longer care about cows, what's Krishna going to care about us? Isn't it? Krishna is constantly meditating on his cows. Krishna worships every day his cows. Krishna cannot live without cows. How can we manage to live without cows? The Brahminical culture cannot be established without cows. Krishna consciousness cannot be practiced without cows. How are we managing to practice our Krishna consciousness without cows? We must ask ourselves these questions.
So this is from Bhakti Maharaj. Recently also when Maharaj was in a Hebrew form, one cow is actually, it's not even is our farm cow. This cow just came to Maharaj and he licked his back, his neck, and as I told you, its cow is very, very emotional. So you can just see this 1 minute or 2 minutes video. It's also about how cow is very emotional. It's like Gomata. There is no video, but they just took a picture. It's a farm near Udupi. Vaisheshka Prabhu also visited one time when in his last South India Yatra. This is a Prabhupada Vyasasana. They're planning to construct a small temple with all cow ingredients will be the temple objects. So this is a temple. I also stayed there. The devotees wash the utensils with the cow dung, and their soap is cow dung. So this is a cow which came from outside, and there is no internet connection. Maharaj was checking emails on the top of a hill. So this cow just came and he was with Maharaj for some time. Just do the neck massage. More little head massage. Back to the neck. More neck massage. And you can smell this cow, and it smells like a jaggery smell. And this cow is joined our temple actually. The experience with this cow gave me a glimpse into the Vrindavan must be like Krishna and Balaram. So if you start giving time, you can start dealing with personally, way them to Krishna as be friends. So back to the seminar. If you see, as I told you, if Krishna wants it, the outside devotees are doing. In Dallas, Texas, there is a person called Alan Savory. He started the gazing lands, and he is also having a website. I just took one small video from his website. You can see he's giving seminars all over the world. By cow protection, you can maintain your economy. You can no need any other things. So
did you know our grasslands are turning to desert? These grasslands that are so important for life. They hold soil in place, store water, store carbon, and feed billions of life forms. 1/3 of the Earth's land surface faces the threat of desertification. Imagine the impact of losing our grasslands on civilization, on the Earth. What if I told you that we had the power to change it? But to change it, we must understand it.
Please
imagine a world
forward,
of large
please.
herds of caribou, buffalo, and other grass-eating species migrating over the lands with their predators. The soils, plants, and animals developed together and lived in balance. Large herds grazed, defecated, stomped, and salivated on the land, which built soil and deepened plant roots. Over time, however, these wild herds have almost entirely disappeared and have been replaced with a low number of sedentary livestock. This disrupted the balance of birth, growth, death, and decay. Grasslands depend on biological decay to survive. And without it, desertification persists. Desertification has long been blamed on overgrazing, too many cattle, sheep, and goats. Although not backed by science, this belief led to human policies and technologies to control desertification, such as removing animals and rejuvenating grasses with fire, further contributing to the problem. While fire does offer short-term benefits by removing dead material to allow new green flush, it also destroys soil cover and puts carbon into the air, causing long-term damage. Destocking animals allows the land to rest, but over-rest inhibits biological decay and can lead to fires. The process must be biologically active. Grass needs animals to thrive. Recently, we discovered that the problem can be reversed with the very thing on which it has been blamed: herds of livestock. A new form of management that mimics the natural behavior of wild herds and restores the balance that once was. This can be done through holistic planned grazing. With a holistic approach, cycle can take place. The grasslands can be healed, people can thrive, and the earth can be restored. Plants, animals, and soils developed together. Only when our approach to livestock management mimics nature will our grasslands begin to thrive. Under the research and direction of
he doesn't do only for the money, but he wants people, and he supports the community. And this cow arrived just in Kartik month. So His Holiness Bhakti Raghav Maharaj gave, and we requested Maharaj to present her a name. So Maharaj gave as Surabhi, because before Deepavali, on one day before Deepavali, the Surabhi arrived in Vrindavan. So there is a story about that in sacred book I have in my bag. Actually, we are ordering more of those books, so you can read about that past time. Krishna want to drink some milk, and the cow arrived at that time. That cow name is called Surabhi. So Maharaj also named this cow as Surabhi. And devotees, before we bought this cow, we went to the different farms. I visited one farmer, and I asked that lady, she is protecting cows, and I asked, what you do with the milk, because she won't sell for the dairy, and or she won't take herself also. She takes maybe little bit and for a family, but in the cow shed next to that there is a big pig. So he said whatever comes milk extra she is giving to pig. So we don't have milk here, but the pigs are becoming fat just drinking that cow milk. I'm sorry. So that's a fact. And here, especially in United States, they have extra milk, and cow should be actually milked immediately because it can, right? So he is emphasizing only on cows. So this is, and also create a farm to temple. Even Prabhupada have a concept of this Govinda restaurants, right? So Govinda means we should have our own farm, produce our own things and distribute it. We should not buy like other people, go to Costco or Whole Foods, we buy organic food and cook in the, it becomes again a restaurant. We may offer to Krishna, but the real thing, every temple, that's why this is the Laguna Beach ISKCON DDO farm. This only one farm supports 2 temples. It's actually in between Laguna Beach and San Diego. Devotees, brahmacharis go in the Saturday, and it gives all the summer they are saving more than $2,000 every month as an expenses. So they no need to buy everything, potatoes, all comes from the farm. And they also got 2-3 cows. Tukaram Prabhu is the managing that project. And the fresh flowers for Krishna, they are offering from that cow. And this is 2 cows they recently bought. And all the products they are coming to Krishna is by these 2 farms, 1 farm actually. And create farm to temple, New Vrindavan. New Vrindavan also have cows, and they make ghee, butter, chas, and all cow ingredients. And also Gita Nagari, our main farm project, everybody knows about it. And they also got certified with local all markets like Whole Foods. They are selling ghee, paneer, and clarified butter to these farms. And adjust for the demand. Option 1, accept only cruelty-free milk. As I told you, if you ask for it, if you take a personal vow, it's again, as I told you, it's a sensitive topic. It's for individual devotees. They may say it's expensive, but we are not just, we are pleasing Krishna by taking cow products, and we are pleasing Gomata, and you are saving some cows to not go to slaughterhouse by just consuming these products. So this is Vaisheshika Prabhu also doesn't take any milk like which is Himsa milk. He only takes Ahimsa milk. And Bhakti Raghav Maharaj, Bhakti Vikas Maharaj, and also Balimardhan Prabhu said, and Gopal Krishna Maharaj, many sannyasis, Radhanath Maharaj, when they travel, they use only Ahimsa milk. Why it's again, if you, as I told you, in Ekadash, they also put, I had done some research in the milk, they put fish oil in it. So because the milk may become thicker, or and babies, our kids will take our second generation this milk, and and we offer that to Krishna and say, please accept it. Krishna doesn't accept, because when Prabhupada time, at that time there is no forms. Prabhupada may said, you may use it, but Prabhupada never said that you can buy from like dairy and offer to Krishna. But in emergencies, if you don't have any exceptions for the babies, you can use it. But look for opportunity, and currently in our temple we have ahimsa milk. You can take this opportunity and expand this and help. You can help in not only by buying it, you can go and serve the cow weekly once. You can wash the cow, you can brush the cow, you can milk the cow, and not milking like Indian style. So you can, here they won't allow, unfortunately. But I'm saying there are many other ways you can do it. When I told Maharaj that I'm taking organic vegetables in the farm we are getting from this live earth farm, Maharaj said, you go help them. I said, no Maharaj, I don't help because I do other service. I said, you have to, then you are more accustomed to eat organic food. It's not, you should help. This cow protection means we should help, involve and consume these cow products. So this is the, and the second option is, first option accept only cruelty free dairy, and second option is also use only cow products. As I told you, I got cow urine. This is also hair oil. One week before I spoke with one of the Indian Spice Bazaar, the owner. He said, I'll ship as many cow products you want. I'll help you on this project. We are shipping many things. In Dubai temple, they are shipping banana leaves for the temple. We are in Bay Area, not in anywhere in the East Coast or anywhere where there is climatic conditions. Here we have everything. If you go to Indian store, everything is available. But I never saw a cow products like this available because we don't have demand for it. So if you ask, when there is a demand, there will be a supply. I have a testimonial. Ananda Mataji, I gave this, what is called, it's called hair shampoo for the head. I am not promoting only which I have these products. I am promoting any Goshala you can use. You can go to India, you can get your own products, or you can work with me or work with Hariguru Prabhu. We can get for you. Mataji, you want to share? Some mic. We have 10 more minutes, then we'll go for Kirtan.
Hare Krishna. We are using the soap and the hair tonic and some other things what Prabhuji gave, shampoo, all the cow products, and that seems like good. So I think it will be helpful if everybody takes it and use it.
Yeah.
And it's fully like from cow itself. Like you can smell the cow dung in it and everything.
Right. So thank you, Mataji. Yes. Ramanand Prabhu have some.
So we hear about all these products, and we also say that if we ask for it, there will be a supply. But first, the supply is even information about where the supply is there is not even available mostly.
Right.
So can you just send us some information on where we can get these products?
Yes.
So that is the thing that will help a lot
it's
of
called
devotees.
Thank you, Prabhu. It's called goseva.org. They have a Goshalas all over India. Especially they send from Kanpur Goshala. They sell all these products, and every cow urine, you can say on this, right? Any of this, it says every product you buy, it saves a cow. And what they do is they get ingredients from their own farm, and it's there, that farm, and they made also video. I'll share with in ISKCON SV General. There they make these products, and it is available for everybody. And also they sells to our temples, and if you go any Pune or any ISKCON temple, you can find these products. And they also have website.
So, but those website, if we order it, they will ship to America?
But that's what we have to work it out. Okay. We can ship to the local Indian store, and we can buy it for the temple or that in detail, Prabhu, that we can work it out. That's not a problem. Currently what I am doing for myself, I am bringing, paying more in the airport, bringing one suitcase of soaps and and cow products for my consumption, and I give it to my friends and like that.
It's just like we did for Ahimsa Milk project. We got cow and there is no Ahimsa milk available.
Yes.
Now people can get it.
Yes.
Now similarly, if there is something like that where people can buy things locally,
correct,
instead of worrying about
yes,
about the whole system.
Correct.
That's what will really
sure,
help.
So, and also Ramanand Dhruv request, we need who can make cow soaps, please contact. So we like Prabhupada wants this actually. Prabhupada wants a land and he wants the devotees work in the land.
No, I am not asking that we make it ourselves.
Yeah.
We just need to get them and make it available.
Okay, yes, Prabhu. We can work out with the local farmers and get that available. But this is, I want to make it available if on demand, so we can work with the Indian stores and get that. So I didn't finish it, then we'll go to questions. So how can, this is a cow products, as it's available outside. You can enroll it, and if you want, there is also make with tablets, and as go mutram is there, and cow soaps, danta manjan, I gave it to one American or Western devotee in the Radhayatra form. So Radhayatra, he came, and then we put a table. 2 years he is coming and taking, and last time he gave a testimonial. He said that my teeth, even it looks black, this powder, right? But it is, I am feeling better. I have a toothache, it's gone. And is there any way I can buy like that? He said, come next year for the yatra, I'll give you. So the thing is, we can make it available, but we need a demand for it. If anybody asks supply, we can put it in a website. And there is also a website already there, but I'll let you know the details. So how you can support, please take your own personal vows. Consume cow products, support Surabhi project, and please contact ISV devotees, Hari Guru Prabhu or myself, Bhagavati Mataji, or many devotees here. So, and also be involved in this project. That's all I have in today's presentation. So these are some websites. You can visit Cowcare, varnashrama.com, Varnashrama books, about ministry sites, Krishna cows, and make Vrindavan villages, like that. So Go Mata ki, Granthara Srimad Bhagavatam ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. So we have 5 minutes for questions, if anybody have any questions.
What you said that many of the brand name soaps, they have some cow products there inside. And what about the Indian soaps? Like we have so many Indian soaps.
Right.
Do they also contain animal fat inside?
Ramesh Prabhu, Usha Mataji husband, he used to work in Mysore Sandal Soap Company. He mentioned that they also add some animal fat in it, vegetable oil, something. And he was worked for maybe 10 years there. And but even if they using or not using, our consciousness, that we indirectly support them if you buy with them. Even they are not using it, but we are supporting. If you buy these cow products, it's called cow blessings or gover, so then it goes to our protecting of those cows. So in that way, that's the last way, it's a cheap way we are doing it, but that's the way we can do. Some answer is yes, some of things are not there, but you can take only cow products. So like that.
Prabhuji,
yes.
Are you going to share these slides somehow?
Yes, sure, Prabhu.
Thank you.
On request, I'll send. Please send to email to me. Everybody knows my mail. I can send the copy.
Okay. Thank you.
More questions? And don't think this is very expensive and quantity is very less. And like that, Krishna consciousness is nothing but volume. Right? I do 64 rounds chanting with a lot of namabhas. That's not helpful. Right? Krishna consciousness is the quantity. The more how quantity you do, and even when we distribute the Srimad Bhagavatams, right, we knock the door, and we doesn't judge by looking at the people. We spend time, we'll explain them, and then they'll get faith. So, and people may say, oh, this ahimsa milk is $25, I cannot buy, I have budget, I have this. Yes, everybody have their own problems, but when you want, so when we joined Krishna consciousness, we left many things. I used to drink coffee on Ekadashi, I stopped it, right? So, like we used to have a onion and garlic in our childhood, and we come to a point that we only take prasadam now, Krishna prasad, and when we travel also we carry prasad with them. So we compromise with many things. So why can't milk? It's a simple thing. It's a daily thing we are taking it. Just you can take your own personal vow and follow the senior devotees' instructions, and by that you'll feel it. You'll feel after 6 months. You'll himself feel by your personal motivation that I know I am doing something for cows. So we put cows in the altar and worship him, but it doesn't help, and just because Krishna looking in detail, and when I think Keshavanand Prabhu said last week, we should also ask why, right? Why question, and without asking that, and we cannot feel it, and Krishna also won't be pleased by taking into if you consume any products. So, but it's up to your choice. I'm just sharing my views. Thank you, Hare Krishna. So, last two, any questions, protests, comments? Oh, Hari Guru Prabhu, yes. Prabhu, we have 1 minute you can share. I asked for you, you are not here. I'll go to that slide. Sorry, Srivas Pandit Prabhu took my 15 minutes, so I'm using it now. So, okay. Hariguru Prabhu is the director for this Surabhi Earthlink or farm we have. So he only he spent more than actually our kids calls him cowman. So he spent all his time in the weekends roaming all on the farms, and he's having more realization than me. So he will talk about how we got the Surabhi into ISV. I have 2 slides for him, so you can just.
Okay. Please excuse me, I was away getting the milk from the farm today, so got delayed. There was heavy traffic on Route 17. So, I'm not sure. So you want to know how we? Okay. How we started. So, maybe we can spare the story for another time, but just the detail was that the farmer he introduced me to a person in Watsonville who used to have some cows in her home, and I spoke to that lady and I found out where she got the cows from, and she introduced me to a person who was working in Shock Dairy, John Shock Dairy. It's in Watsonville, and he's an employee. Michael Venuti is the name of the person who is the employee in John Shock Dairy, and he has information about, he gives cows to people for their homes and to raise in countryside. They have that facility. So I called John Shock and I asked him, we are looking for a cow. If you know anyone who is looking to sell a cow, we might be interested in looking. So that's how he introduced us to a person in Prunedale, which is about 40 minutes further south of where the farm is. So I got in touch with them, and we had some tests done for the cow to make sure the health and the vaccination and everything is in place. And then once the paperwork was through, we made the arrangements at the farm to receive the cow, and a lot of effort from the farmer to ready the place, because this is totally new for him. He never had any cows on his farm. He has a few horses, but cow is a totally different thing, because you have to milk the cow, you have to care for the cow. Horses, you can leave them on the field and they'll mind their own business. But with cows, it's a very demanding occupation, and the farmer was really, Krishna's arrangement that the farmer was willing to spend the time and energy for taking care of the cow and arranging for the milk to be delivered. So a lot of moving parts, and everyone has a role to play in this big project. So we start with one cow, and let's hope that we can make some progress on this. And thank you for the attention. And also, as Krishna Purushottam Prabhu was working out a little earlier, we are going to plan for maybe monthly or bi-monthly trips to the farm where devotees can come and see for real how much work is involved in taking care of the cows, or what is involved in getting the milk to us, and to feel the connection for this whole project, and see who all are involved, to meet the people who are dealing with the cows and provide them little encouragement and motivation, because they don't know why we are protecting cows. And right now they are just like employees, and we are hiring them to take care of the cows. But we want it to be a little more deeper connection, because we want them to know why we are interested in protecting cows and what's the significance of this. And that way we preach to them, we introduce Krishna consciousness to them in a practical manner. And it's getting it into practice, that's what makes the difference. And a few weeks ago there was a big festival on the farm for his community, and there were hundreds of people, and everyone was surprised to see the cow at the farm, because this is the first time they're hearing of a cow at this farm. And I have a newsletter which the farmer sends out. Maybe some of you might have got it also, those who are the CSA members. So a lot of people were excited about the cow, and they were really surprised pleasantly to find a cow at the farm. And some of them, to my surprise, were even aware of certain cow protection projects even in India and the US. And they were asking me about questions, and I was like pleasantly surprised that the awareness is already there in the general population, and we just have to take advantage of this opportunity and reach out to them in ways that affect them at a much deeper level in their life, day-to-day activities also. So we would be requesting the devotees, welcoming the devotees to farm trips every now and then. We might be having one next Sunday, as we announced during Govardhan Puja. So that way we get, right now the weather is nice, it hasn't started raining yet, so without any postponing it further, we welcome everyone to the farm trip. We'll send out the details in the email in a coming 1 or 2 days, but it'll be helpful if we show our support to the farmer and his staff for taking care of the cow, and that way they feel motivated and to participate further in this project, because for them it's a totally different perspective. We have an opportunity to reach out to them and show them that there's a way to respect cows and treat cows differently. So it's a life-changing experience for them, and we would like everyone's support in this transition for the farmer and his family and his staff to be there. We want to be there for him, to answer his questions, to address his doubts, and to convince him and to show him that this is a better way of life. And with this one example, we can do miracles in and around Bay Area. And if we have one working project, that's more than how many our posters and words we can speak. With just one example, we can demonstrate the principles in practice. So we'll send out the email in 1 or 2 days, so please keep your calendars open for Sunday, November the 16th. And it's not the only chance. We'll do more trips in December, in January, maybe sometime in next summer also. But it'll be really helpful for the community to come together in this project. Thank you.
So I want to answer that question. It's in my mind. Prabhupada wants everybody as an all-rounder. and he doesn't want only like do deity worship, and he also wants to deity worship, cow protection, and he also wants every devotee he want to be as a multinational company, ISKCON, to present all devotees in all areas. And that's why Vaisheshika Prabhu also, he does take only ahimsa milk, and he also does book dish. And all our Maharajas or sannyasis, you see, they do all the programs of Prabhupada. So that's why I want to educate myself by doing this and purifying myself by presenting this presentation. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So we also have a cow products outside. You can see Vinay Prabhu or Bhagavati Mataji. You want to enroll, we can get you the products. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Yeah. Gurarti. And Hare Krishna. That's it. Hare Krishna. So, ladies, the other side, gents, this side. Maybe. Yes. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Mahaprabhu Jaya Mahaprabhu Jaya. Yeah, Mahaprabhu Jaya Mahaprabhu. Can you get the other one, Andhra? Wait a minute. Technical problem. We have the microphone. Yeah, get that one. Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashobha Shiva Jaya Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashobha.
Hare Krishna.
Janhavi tatavane Jagamanalo bhaja Janhavi tatavane Jagamanalo bhag Jagajana manalo bhag Hey Jagajana manalo bhag Gaurangero artika shobha Jagajana manalobha Hey Gaurangero artika shobha Jagajana manalobha
jaga jana mana lobha he jaga jana mana lobha Nithai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nithai Gaura Hari Bol. Nithai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nithai Gaura Hari Bol. Vivo Kiva Dakhine Nitai Chanda Bami Gadadhara Kiva Dakhine Kiva Dakhine Nitai Chan Bami Gadadhara Nikate Advaita Srini Vasa Chhatradhara Hari Hari Nikate Advaita Srini Vasa Chhatradhara Hiva bosi ache gora chanda ratna singhasane Hiva bosi ache gora chanda ratna singhasane bosi Nasane he arati kore no brahma adi devagane Arati kore no brahma adi devagane Even Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dhulaya Even Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dhulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Gosho Adigaya Hey Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Gosho Adigaya Iva Shankha baje, ghanta baje, baje karatala. Iva Shankha
বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে বাজে করতাল হে মধুরা মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরমর সাল হে মধুরা মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরমর সাল শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্ট বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে হে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্ট বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে হে মধুর 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 বাজে হে গৌরাঙ্গের আরতিক শোভা জগ জন মন লোভা হে জগ জন মন লোভা হে জগ জন মন লোভা হে বল জগ জন মন লোভা হে জগ জন মন লোভা হে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্ট বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে হে নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হে নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল গৌর হরি বল শিব বহু কোটি চন্দ্রজিনী বদন উজ্জ্বল চন্দ্রজিনী বদন উজ্জ্বল শিব বহু কোটি চন্দ্রজিনী বদন উজ্জ্বল গলা দেশে বনমালা করে ঝলমল গলা দেশে বনমালা করে ঝলমল শিব শিব সুখ নারদ প্রেমী গদ গদ শিব শিব সুখ নারদ প্রেমী গদ গদ দেখে গৌরারা সম্পদ হে ভগতি বিনোদ দেখে গৌরারা সম্পদ Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shwanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Hare Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Gaur Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Ramo Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Nithai Gaurango, Nithai Gaurango, hey, 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 Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda Ram. Hey, Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda Ram. Hey, Nithai Gaurango, Nithai Gaurango. Hey, Nithai, 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 Nithai Gaurango. Hey, Nithai, 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 Nithai Gaurango. Bol Nitai 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 Gaurango. Hey, Nitai 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 Gaurango. Oh, Nitai 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 Gaurango. Hey, Nitai 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 Gaurango. Hey, Nitai 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 Gaurango. Hey, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango. Hey, Nitai 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 Gaurango. Hey, Nitai 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 Gaurango. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Vande Krishna Nanda Kumara. Hey, Vande Krishna Nanda Kumara. Nanda Kumara Madana Gopala. Hey, Nanda Kumara Madana Gopala. Hey, Madana Gopala Mohana Rupa. Hey, Madana Gopala Mohana Rupa. Hey, Mohana Rupa, Mohana Rupa. Hey, Mohana Rupa, Madana Mohana. Hey, Mohana Rupa, Madana Mohana. Hey, Madana Mohana, 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 Madana Mohana. Madana Mohana, Madana Mohana. Madana Mohana, Madana Mohana. Jaya Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe. Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha. Hey, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hey, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 पाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभु हे प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय जय श्री राधा मदन मोहन भगवान की जय जय श्रीमन महाप्रभु की जय श्री लक्ष्मी नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत अभय शरणार भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी जगत गुस्ला प्रभुपाद महाराज की नित्य लीला प्रविष्ट अष्टोत्तर शतशिला भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी ठाकुर प्रभुपाद महाराज की अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवसति गुरु भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा मदन मोहन श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम मथुरा धाम की श्री नवदीप मायापुर धाम की श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की श्री श्री पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र धाम की गंगामय जमुना माई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की ग्रंथराज श्रीमद् भागवतम की हरिनाम संकीर्तन महायज्ञ की ISKCON सिलिकॉन वैली मंथली संकीर्तन फेस्टिवल की ISB MSF की समवेत भक्त वृंद की ISB संडे फीस्ट भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू द assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga Hari Hari. Welcome back our two Mridanga player.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So our own dear Her Grace Jagrini Mataji's father, Daniel DeLucy, he left his body last week in New York. In fact, Mataji is there. So we would like to dedicate the Narsimha Aarti for her father. So requesting all devotees to keep her father in your thoughts and prayers in this Narsimha Aarti for the auspicious destination of this soul. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Namaste Nara Singhaya Namaste Narasimhaya Praladhaladataine Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Yato yato yamitato Nrsimha Oh yato yato yamitato Nrsimha Bahi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Bahi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Bahi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Narasingha Madim Sharanam Prapade Oh Narasingha Madim Sharanam Prapade Kavakara Kamalavade Naga Adbhuta Shinga Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Shinga Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Pinga Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare नरसिंहदेव भगवान की, भक्तराज प्रहलाद महाराज की, श्रील प्रभुपाद की, निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे, हरि हरि बोल।
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So welcome all to Sunday feast. It's very nice to see a large turnout, and we are also seeing familiar faces back from Kartik Vrata. So, and next week Vaisheshika Prabhu will also be back, so let's give a big Hari Bol. So Krishna consciousness is a way of life, and at ISV our mission is that we share this way of life with practical discourses, just like the one which we had today. Cows are an integral part of Krishna consciousness. Krishna is called Govinda. He likes cows, nay, he loves cows. And as his devotees, we love cows as well. Cow is our mother, and we thank Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu for a very enlightening, wonderful and practical seminar on cow protection, especially very enriching pastimes. So let's thank our speaker for bringing this very important topic. Hari Bol! I really like the last answer which he gave. You are a book distributor, why do you need to present about cow protection? And Prabhu has also set up a stall for all the cosmetics based on cow products. So please help yourselves. Any other information you want to know more about the cow protection, Ahimsa milk, you can contact Prabhu or Hari Guru Prabhu as well. And we have steady supply of Ahimsa milk coming into the temple. So before we go to the announcements, which are many today, any newcomers to the temple coming for the first time? See one here. Yeah. So let's give a big round of applause. Hari Bol. So thank you very much for coming, and one of our volunteers will give you a gift on ISV's behalf, and let's stay in touch. You're invited to join us as often as possible. So now announcement. As we said, many familiar faces are back. So Hansapriya Mataji is back, and is she here? So we have two birthdays which we are celebrating today. One is Bhakta Vatsal Prabhu's birthday, which is today, and Hansapriya Mataji's birthday, which was a while back. So let's chant for them. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare. ISV is unimaginable. If we take out Hansapriya Mataji and Bhakta Vatsal Prabhu, all the festivals are so embellishingly done by Hansapriya Mataji. And Bhakta Vatsal Prabhu, we can see the deity standards and the cooking standards. So today is the day that we can express our gratitude, and Avantika will give a gift on our behalf. Yes, that is coming. If you... Thank you. Bhakta Vatsal Prabhu.
I just want to offer my respectful obeisances to all of you. Hare Krishna.
And next we have Satyadev Prabhu, a familiar face. You go after every Sunday feast. One face will be always there, making sure everything is clean. and he's always there in the background. But today we'll bring him into the foreground. So Satyadev Prabhu, please. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Thanks for the wishes, Hare Krishna. And we really enjoy coming over here, and we would like the blessings of all great Vaishnavas like you. Thank you.
We also have Sridhar Prabhu, his father Dharmaraj and Saraswati Mataji. They are celebrating their anniversary today, and also Dharmaraj Prabhu's birthday. Are they here? Okay, so we'll invite Sridhar Prabhu. You can be a postman for the gift. Birthday? Oh, okay. That is selfless attitude.
Actually, I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving me the company of wonderful Vaishnava company. My parents, they are celebrating 49th anniversary of their wedding, and my dad, same day, the birthday, November 7th. So I'm very thankful to have you have your company on that occasion. Although they are back in India, but I'm not missing them because I'm with you.
Thank you so much. So as the Kartik has come to an end, and we had a wonderful yagya called Chapter a Day, and we request all of the devotees who perform that yagya, mini yagya or big yagya, whichever way, you can report your scores, and you'll get gift personally from the lotus hands of Vaisheshika Prabhu when he returns. So you can send the mail to recite.chad@gmail.com. Next, our cooking department. So, Avantika, who are the cooks?
Hare Krishna. So the main cooks for today are Bhakti Vatsal Prabhu and Sarisha Mataji.
Thank you. And today's feast is also sponsored by Sridhar Prabhu.
Nilisha Mataji, Nitya Mukta Mataji, and Ananda Mataji.
Hari Bol. So, feast is sponsored by Sridhar Prabhu, as well as it is sponsored by Jagrini Mataji in the memory of her father. So, we'll now go to the Prasadam part. Prasadam will be served there behind you at the $1 million wall. So we have closed this gate here. We request all the devotees to kindly line up from this gate, enter from the gate on that other side, and you can sit in rows once you enter. So next we'll have Prasadam prayers, and there is... So, just like in Chaitanya Leela, some people were complaining while Mahaprabhu was having Kirtan. So, when we do Kirtan and we eat, some people take video and complain also. So, let's be quiet inside and outside. And yeah, so that is the request. So, Prasadam prayers, and then we can go to the Prasadam from here. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Sharira Vidyachar Jodendriyata hai kaal Jive phele vishaya sagare লোভময় সুধুর মাটি তাকে যে তা কঠিন সংসারে কৃষ্ণ বড় দয়াময় করিবারে জিভা যায় স্বপ্রসাদ অন্ন দিল বা সেয়নামৃত পাব রাধা কৃষ্ণ গুণ গাও প্রেমে ডাক শ্রী চৈতন্য নিতা প্রেমে ডাক শ্রী চৈতন্য নিতাই মা প্রসাদে গোবিন্দে নমো ব্রাহ্মণে বৈষ্ণবে স্বল্প পুণ্যवतं রাজন विश्वासोऽनैव जायते पश्चादे सर्वा दुःखानामानिरास्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो यासु बुद्धिपर्यवतिष्ठते भगवत श्री महाप्रसादम की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि वो निताय गौर हरि वो हरि वो Please come take prasadam. Hare Krishna.